Good morning, I'm Samantha Kelly, Team Leader for the Hearings and Council Support Team at the Christchurch City Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Hearings Panel meeting for the proposed ground lease at the Puna Y Sports Hub for the Netsal Centre consultation. The meeting is being conducted using video conferencing technology in order to adhere to the COVID Level 2 social distancing requirements. I now call the meeting to order. No apologies have been received for the meeting. This is a formal meeting of the Hearings Panel convened to consider written submissions received during the consultation process and for those submitters who requested to speak to their submission to do so. There are now 15 submitters presenting to the Hearings Panel today. The Hearings Panel is comprised of Councillor Tim Scandrett, Councillor Melanie Coker and Councillor Anne Galloway. I will now address the panel members and call for a nomination of the Chair, and I will need a mover and seconder.
I'd like to move that Tim Scandrett be the Chair.
Yep, and I'll second that.
All in favour say aye.
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 Opposed. So that's carried, and I now declare Councillor Tim Scandrett Chair of the Hearings Panel and hand over the meeting to the Chair.
Thank you very much, Sam, and welcome. Good morning, everybody. So as Sam said, the panel's made up of my two council colleagues, Councillor Anne Galloway and Councillor Melanie Coker. And I'd like to welcome you to the Hearings Panel and also staff as well, and all the submitters who are joining us today virtually, and a reminder to everyone that this meeting is being live streamed. I'd like to thank all the submitters presenting today for their cooperation and availability for presenting verbally. I appreciate for some this is more challenging than having a face-to-face meeting. Although we've moved to level 2, there are still a few limitations that has not enabled us to proceed with holding the hearings in person. Our facilities are reopening, however. We do have a limit of 10 people where we can have in our meetings, as well as time duration of 2 hours. Given this, and to ensure the fairness and health and safety of all parties involved, we have decided to proceed via the virtual meeting. We want to assure you that we will take the time to listen to your points carefully and to ask questions for clarification, and we have read your submissions, your written submissions and advice. As the Chairman, what I would like to do is remind you that your time is really to explain the key points of your submissions rather than read from them over again, because we are limited to 5 minutes per individual and 10 minutes per organisation. What I would like to do is at a 4-minute point give you a reminder that you have a minute left, so if there are any questions that you would want, or give us time to ask any questions, but they are your 5 minutes and you can choose to use them however you wish. All submitters will be on mute, and we will unmute you when it is your turn to speak, to present. Now, I'd ask my colleagues, are there any declarations of interest from either of you?
No.
No.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask staff to present, and Andrew, if you could introduce your team, that would be great. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou councillors and all present virtually in the hearing today. My name is Andrew Rutledge. I'm the Head of Parks at Christchurch City Council. Alongside me today we have David Kuru and Russell Wedge from our Parks Planning team, and we have Tessa Zant from our engagement team, who will be able to answer any questions you may have. As a means of introduction, I would like to reiterate and outline the purpose of this hearing, which is to consider whether or not to grant a lease for a period of 33 years for the purpose of construction and operating of a community sports gymnasium, primarily for netball and futsal. Whilst the development of the scale clearly has implications for the current tenants of Ngā Punawai and the surrounding residents, it's important to note and understand that this is not a Resource Management Act hearing. As such, the decision to be considered is taken under the Reserves Act, and in particular section 54(1)(b), which is the powers to grant a lease for the purpose of recreation and sport. That is the purpose of the hearing. In practical terms, the application is fully compliant with regard to that Act. The panel's decision is to determine whether or not to grant a piece of land, thereby generating exclusive use of that land for the purposes set out in the Netsal application. With regard to environmental impacts, of course, this is a challenge under any Reserves Act hearing where it's very difficult to consider whether or not to grant a piece of land for a particular purpose without understanding the impacts of, or the benefits and the impacts of that decision that you need to make. A resource consent has been granted for the use because the use is fully compliant with Christchurch City Council's district plan. And the consent and all of its conditions are included in today's agenda, pages 19 to 42. So every little bit of detail is in the agenda document. One of those, I do want to talk about one of the key issues that's been raised, both through the resource consent and through the stakeholder feedback, and that is around the impact of traffic and other transport matters. That was clearly the leading concern and topic of discussion through the public consultation process, and was the key consideration that was seemed to be given to with the resource consent hearing. I guess one of the key items that we picked up within the Parks team there is that the consent has been granted on the basis that there is adequate capacity in the transport network up until 2028, which effectively gives Council cause for consideration as to how does it respond beyond 2028. And it sounds a long way away, but it's not a long way away in terms of funding and planning. It is my intent, having read the resource consent, that the Parks unit will include a financial bid for budget in the next long-term plan that we're currently developing to address all of the traffic matters raised in the resource consent and also raised by the residents. So that would include an additional access into the site and parking within the site to accommodate all the activity. Now, with regard to parking and transport on the site, Christchurch City Council and the Canterbury Agricultural Park Association have agreed already to develop a new transport management plan that will cover all activity, whether or not councillors decide to grant the lease. We feel it is important because of some of the issues that have been raised by residents in Ngā Punawai's current form, as well as by the Canterbury Agricultural Pastoral Association, that we address future traffic management whether or not the lease is granted. So that work will commence pretty much straight away, following the outcome of this decision, so that we know what scope we're working to. In addition, on the 17th of March, I attended the walk around for residents on site, and there were quite a few concerns raised by residents about the current activity, in particular speed management of vehicles, particularly in the site and entering the site. And what I can advise councillors and anyone who's listening is that we have already introduced new speed mitigation measures that are being constructed currently, and hopefully they'll have an impact, but we'll continue to monitor the effectiveness of those once sport gets up and running again, which should be in about 2 to 3 weeks in some cases. That's all I'd like to raise at the moment. I'm not going to go into every concern that was raised. It was clear that traffic was the predominant issue, and I'd just like to reiterate that council, certainly council staff, have acknowledged that and there is clear intent, subject to Council's approval of the LTP, to address those matters and expedite improved parking and improved access. What I should have said is that we've already done some preliminary work on costings to make sure that what we include in the budget is accurate. I'd now like to pass over to Tessa, and she may wish to comment on her component of the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Good morning, everybody. So just a really quick summary of the consultation that was carried out. Consultation was open from the 6th of April, from the 4th of March until the 6th of April, and we received 92 submissions in that time, and I think one submission arrived late. That's a reasonably healthy number of submissions for a project of this type. As Andrew said, we had a public session on the 17th of March, which was well attended. We had the lease area staked out so that the people attending could clearly see what the lease area was going to be, and we could move around the site and discuss the various aspects. We did close consultation, obviously, within alert level 4. This went ahead because we had a very healthy number of submissions at that time, and we knew that we'd had the public session, so there'd been a lot of interaction with our submitters. So it was decided to go ahead with that. If you just have a look at the submitter profile, which is towards the back of the consultation section in the report, I've divided so that you can see where those who are in opposition and support of the lease, whereabouts they're located within the city. For those within the lease area, so that's Hillmorton, Hallswell and Aidenfield, we have an even split between submitters both in support and opposition. Those who live outside of the area, we see a sharp increase in the number who are in support of those, 2 of which lived outside of Christchurch, so predominantly people were submitting from within the Christchurch area. And then you can see our organisations as well, so 12 in support and 4 against. We were really fortunate with this, with so much activity having gone on with the Sports Hub. We had really, really good engagement with immediate residents throughout that project. So we had a stakeholder database of over 300 people who were key stakeholders to that project and therefore probably interested in this lease as well. We had a really high subscription to an e-newsletter that went out, and we had media pick up on the consultation. So there was a really a good amount of contact with people who might potentially want to submit. The vast majority of submitters, 76%, were in support of having the lease go through. Of those who were in support, of those who were in support, I've just lost where I am. Sorry, I'll just talk about those who were opposed to the lease first. Those who were in opposition to the lease, as Andrew touched on, it was predominantly around proximity to people's homes and the environmental effect that it would have on their immediate surroundings. The issues raised, as Andrew has already covered, was around, a lot of it was around transport. And then we did have 8 people, I think, who talked about the master plan and how it was inconsistent with the master plan, the Puna master plan, and the loss of those green sports fields that were earmarked for that area. We also had some suggestions that you can read in the report there around what could be done to mitigate the lease, the impact of the lease. So it showed that a lot of the people who were in opposition to the lease, it was about the location rather than the leasing of land within the sports hub itself that was the issue. And as Andrew has said, there are options for mitigation, particularly around transport. Of those who were in support of the lease, 76%, we did have 26 people who submitted in a pro forma style. So that is a submission that's nearly identical and just had a few tweaks around the edges. So that's why when you have a look at that chart that shows the reasons for supporting the lease, we have 3 there that are far and away the most common topics, but they were part of that pro forma submission. So it was just around a general need for indoor courts, that it was a good location in the idea of co-locating with other sports and the ability for it to facilitate more events for Christchurch. It's worth noting, and this always happens when we do lease consultations, as Andrew's already touched on, that people get a little bit confused between the idea of should council be leasing this land for the purpose of versus is it a good idea for this facility to exist in its own right. So a lot of people were submitting in support of a Netsal centre as opposed to focusing on whether this was a good location for a Netsal centre. So as you can see, I've divided out there in the bullet points people who were just making statements about why a Netsal centre itself is good. And I'll finish it there. Thank you.
Andrew, any further? Andrew, any further comment from staff? No. Melanie, do you have any questions?
Yep.
Thank you.
Andrew, you mentioned the mitigation for the traffic calming. I was just wondering, could you explain more what that is?
Sure. We've just done some work inside the site at the moment, installing speed humps, additional speed humps. I don't have the exact details, sorry, but I did talk to the person responsible this morning. They've been installed. They'll be painted tomorrow. So by the time sport kicks off, we'll be able to measure the impact of those and then introduce anything further if we need to.
The resource consent's given till 2028 to work on another entranceway, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a specific clause that runs out in 2028. I think the resource consent, but Russell can correct me, acknowledges that the planned traffic volumes are likely to be exceeded by 2028, giving us a very clear indication that council, for the sake of the entire property and all the activities, that council will need to invest further.
So you've stated that you're already looking into that already, and it will be a priority bid. Is that correct for the long-term plan?
Yes, I see Russell was going to further comment on your previous. So.
With the resource consent, so the resource consent condition allows the volume of traffic to reach a certain level, or a maximum level you might say, by the year 2028. After that, there is not basically the resource consent doesn't allow any further increases in traffic. So therefore, if there was no alternative means of entering or exit the site, they would be in breach of the resource consent.
But ideally, I guess, this is one of the key concerns of the submitters. So it'd be nice if we could kind of get ahead of it. So I guess from what I've heard, you've done some accurate pricing, and it will be on the list for the long-term plan. But will it be a priority or further up the list? Because we are in a financial challenging space. So I'm just trying to think ahead and ask questions or give some kind of clarity to those that are listening.
Sure. It will be a priority for the Parks Unit that the funding to address future traffic needs is at the front end of the plan. Obviously, it's up to councillors to debate that around the table. But I think one thing is very clear, that this is unavoidable. If Ngā Puna is to carry on into the future, it will have to be addressed at some point in time. It's clearly a concern to residents. They are best placed to advise councillors on what's happening right now. What we heard when we went to the session on March 17th is they believe it's already an issue. From a consenting perspective, there is capacity, and that's been spelt out in the consent process. So there is an opportunity for council to, I guess, get ahead of the game, and it's without giving too many specifics, the costings involved are not from a council perspective in any way significant or substantial. They're very achievable. and it is my intent to ensure that they're at the front end of the new long-term plan.
Thank you. And following on from the traffic, parking issues, but you've said that you're already working in combination with the AMP show, and I'm presuming any parking mitigations that are worked in, excuse me, on that will also be mitigate the concerns of the four sporting bodies.
Yes, they'll be part of the same traffic management plan that's developed, with the intent, obviously, for all the parking requirements generated by the activity. The intent will be to try to ensure that they are accommodated on the site, as opposed to in the surrounding neighbourhoods. Of course, we can't guarantee people won't just park up on the street and walk in, but that's the intent.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mel?
Construction vehicles was an issue for some people. What access points at the moment would vehicles involved with construction be able to use, and would, yeah?
That's a good question. During the construction of the existing Ngā Puna Wai facilities, there were multiple entrances used. I'm not sure, the other guys might be able to advise me whether or not there are already conditions in place in the consent. But there was a construction entrance at McMahon Drive, and also Wigram Road were also used. I think should it go ahead, as plans develop, it may be a requirement that we bring as many vehicles as possible through, not through Augustine, because it will, depending on the time of day, could have an impact on the use of Ngā Puna Wai. But the construction project itself, if it proceeds, will need its own traffic management plan.
Yes.
And that is where we will ensure that we minimise the impacts as much as possible.
Yeah, I think there may be some further questions on that at the very end when we talk about maybe some recommendations from us, because I couldn't see in the resource consent any kind of restrictions on entrance. We did have one submitter, and I'm sure the AMP show would be on the same lines as riding for the disabled, that they would not want, whilst they're supportive of the project, they would be prefer construction vehicles not going through the AMP show, because obviously it will affect what they're doing. So if you can just take that into consideration, that would be good at this point. Thank you. Any further?
No, Mel's managed to ask both of the ones that were on my mind, so thank you.
Well, look, what I'll do now, if I may, is there anything else from staff at this point, Andrew? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will call for a mover in a second to accept all the written and late submissions. Are you guys? Thank you. You second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. I'll declare that carried. Aye. Right. I will now hear from our first submitter, which is page 70 on our agenda. So we'll just... Sorry?
That's David Hawke and John Bennett.
Yeah. Are you there, David?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Councillor Scandrett.
Could I just before you start, you've got 10 minutes. That's correct, isn't it? Yes. Organisation. Yes.
You could face that way.
Oh, it's we're all getting used to this, David. So what I'll do, David, if it's okay with you, the 10 minutes are yours to do as you wish, but I'll give you, at 9 minutes, I'll let you know there's a minute to go if you would like us time to ask any questions. Is that acceptable?
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
Great, David. Okay, we are in your hands.
Okay. Oh, well, kia ora tātou. I'm David Hawke, Secretary of Horsell Residents Association, and with me is our Chair, John Bennett, so hopefully he's been unmuted and videoed as well. So firstly, though, thanks for the opportunity of letting us talk to you today. We really appreciate it, even if it is only electronically. I guess we've got 3 points that we want to emphasise from our submission. So firstly is our overall support for the concept of the Netsal Centre in Ngā And secondly, we've got concerns about site access. But finally is our proposed solution, which I think is really important. And we also think that the hearing panel has got some at least moral persuasive power over. Firstly and briefly, our support for the arrangement between City Council, Mainland Football and Canterbury Netball. We think that this arrangement is an enormous credit to the 3 organisations. The centre in its proposed location has the potential to benefit many different communities right across our city, including Horsell, and could remedy an important shortage in capacity for all-weather indoor sports facilities. Secondly, however, is the concern that the proposal as it stands, we think, is only half done. In our submission, we quote from Stephen Barry in an article on Stuff, his confidence that City Council has managing the number of people in the Ngā area, quote, under control, unquote. We've seen no evidence, either in the proposal or in other planning documents or in news releases, that City Council has even thought about the question, let alone has it under control. So in our submission, we highlight the issues for people using the area for walking and biking. So this is outside the boundary of Ngā itself, and the amenity effects on local residents. But for every problem, we think there is a solution, and that's what I want to spend most of the time on. So in our submission, we highlight the need for traffic calming on Augustine Drive. So this is outside the boundary of Ngā itself. We also highlight access off Wigram Road as a way of decreasing the amount of traffic accessing Ngā from Augustine Drive. And what we think you need to do, and I have to say that some of these have been touched on by staff during the briefing today, we think that firstly, you should approve the proposed leasing arrangements. Secondly, in your report, we think that you should emphasise your support for the Wigrams-Haytons intersection planning in the draft annual plan. So the 3 of you, the 3 councillors, have obviously got some thinking going on in the draft annual plan, and we think that this Wigram-Haytons intersection planning should not be one of the things that suffers. That particular planning includes the opportunity for accessing the site from Wigram Road. Finally, in your decision, we think that you should outline a route by which an access road that uses present A&P access under the motorway and traffic calming on Augustine Drive outside the boundaries of Ngā. We think that this should be incorporated with high priority in the long-term planning process, which starts next year. One of the things that several staff have mentioned is the issue of paying for all of this. One thing that we would remind the councillors on the hearing panel is not to forget the developer's contribution from Wigram Skies and the commercial land in Haytons Wigram, which we understand is actually waiting to be used. So don't forget that. So that's very much what we had to say. So thank you very much, and ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much, David. Melanie, Anne, have you got any questions for David?
Just to confirm that you heard Andrew's what Andrew was saying. Kia ora first, David and John. Nice to see you. Oh, that way. It's tricky. Did you heard Andrew at the beginning talking about the traffic mitigations and plans going forward? And did you want to give some feedback on that?
Yeah, very much. What I heard from Andrew was that the emphasis is primarily within the Ngā area itself. Our concern is much more about Augustine Drive and the associated side streets. I didn't hear much from what I heard Andrew's briefing, but from what I heard, his focus was very much on the area inside the reserve. Now, as you'll have seen from our submission, our concern is very much outside the reserve. And if you, again, from our submission, the traffic calming that has been put in place, while we appreciate it and acknowledge it, there's still a very long way to go.
Right, I'd like Andrew just to respond to that. Sorry. Oh, I think. Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
So I can make a simple comment, which is I'm literally typing an email to the head of transport at the moment to raise the awareness that I suspect we're going to hear this more than once. So
yes.
I'm literally literally typing the email to Richard Osborne, the head of transport at the moment, that this matter needs to be looked at.
Thank you, Ian. Any further questions?
Yep. So does that bring some comfort?
So, David, did you hear Andrew's reply to the question?
And yes, I did. Thanks, Councillor Scandrett. I guess from a residents' association perspective, where we really appreciate that, but we actually want to see, shall we say, shovels on the ground.
Understandable, but yeah, steps and first steps first. So, thank you very much. Melanie, do you have any questions?
No, I just think it's a very good submission, so thank you, David.
Look, David, the real question, I guess I've done quite a bit of traffic management in my time with getting vehicles into concerts, etc. And you're absolutely right with regards to getting the flow to the point rather than sorting the point out alone. So I very much appreciate your thoughts on this. And as Andrew has pointed out, he's already sending an email chasing that up, and hopefully there will be a discussion, more holistic way to look at the traffic issues in the area. So I would really like to commend you on your submission to come up with, look at the issues and come up and suggest some very good solutions. So thank you very much, David. And is there anything further you would like to ask?
Thanks. Not particularly, but I just guess to reinforce the point about the potential for developers' contribution funding to pay for that work.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much for your time and for zooming in. Cheers.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Keane. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Councillor.
So before we start, Mr. Keane, I'll just do, as I said to David, you've got 5 minutes to speak. At 4 minutes, I'll give you a nod or just to let you know that you've got a minute left if you'd like to ask the councillors to ask you any questions from the panel. Is that acceptable for you?
Yes, I'll try to keep it 4 minutes.
Well, it's your 5 minutes. I'll just give you a heads up at 4. And
I appreciate that.
Okay. We're in your hands.
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am a local resident in Euphrasia Drive. I'm a parent of a current netball teenager and have been a full-time outdoor instructor for 30 years. So I'm a very practical person. Aidenfield is a unique blend of many nationalities covering all age groups with many young families. These community fields you want to give away are vitally important and used extensively by the local community. The value and importance of unstructured recreation and play is well established for personal development. These fields are used by many people of all ages. We already share these fields whenever they are required for large events that are held at Puna and the AMP showgrounds. The staff state that extra parking will only be required on 3 times a year. This is already being exceeded. Netball with 10 courts, 20 teams at a time, will require 200 car parks. Plus 30 minutes before they finish, the next 20 teams arrive, requiring another 200 car parks. and this will repeat every 40 minutes for juniors and every hour for seniors from 3 p.m. until 10 p.m. Then there will be 2,800 vehicle movements on a weekday and 3,200 per day on the weekend. These are netball ones, not the other ones. Already, all this travel, sorry if I've got all of that, all this travel is up and down Augustine Drive, which is designated a local road. The City Council Infrastructure Design says the primary purpose of a local road is to provide access to properties with a traffic volume of 200 to 2,000 movements per day. In 2019, Augustine Drive traffic was recorded at a weekday daily average of 2,027 vehicles and a weekend daily average of 4,034 vehicles. This is already exceeding the Council's recommendation, and you want to add another 3,200 vehicles per day. Your staff say this will be fine until 2028. I'm sorry, this is not fine. The traffic modelling says there will be a peak of 800 people. However, this does not identify that the people will change over after each game throughout the time it is open, nor does it identify the volume of traffic in and out of the area. The new activity will increase the traffic to 4,800 movements on a weekday up to 10 p.m. and 7,200 per day on a weekend up to 5 p.m. This will further be increased when the Rugby League gets their numbers up to their pre-earthquake levels of 3,000 to 5,000 spectators. As you can see from the photo, this road is too narrow for this amount of traffic, and there is no room for cyclists who require 1.5 metres. The staff advise that it is adequate as it exceeds 9 metres. It is 9.2 metres. With 2 parked cars, 1 on each side, there is no room. The average vehicle is 2 metres wide. Picture 3. Euphrasia Drive traffic has increased as it is now used as an entrance to Aidenfield by motorists who utilise the traffic lights to enter Aidenfield in preference to the uncontrolled intersection on Aidenfield Drive with an 80 kilometre speed limit. Euphrasia Drive is only 8 metres wide, so it causes even more difficulty with parked cars. Please do not wait until we have a serious accident before acting. I question why netball want to be at Ngā and not in the centre of the city where it can complement the existing Hagley Park courts instead of trying to replace the 34 courts with only 10. In addition, it would enable netball to work alongside the new Metro Sports facility, which has 6 netball courts. Shifting to this indoor facility proposed by Netsal may require players and officials to attend on multiple occasions each week. Players will play their game, then have to leave to make room for the next set of teams to play their games.
1 minute.
Players will lose their social interaction, which is vital for teenagers. This is not a formula to grow the sport. Picture 4. If it must be at Ngā then I would recommend it situated parking from a major road. Wigram Road is a 12 metre wide plus has a dedicated separate cycleway. The access will be from an industrial area.
You've got 30 seconds left.
So the traffic and hours of operation would not disturb the local community. This facility as planned will overload Ngā and the local committee. Please find a central alternative fit for purpose site. If this is not possible, it has to be at Wigram Road. And as you can see, 1 local has already voted.
Thank you, Mr. Keane, very much. Do you have any questions from my colleagues?
Kia ora, Wayne. So it sounds to me that you don't feel that there's any way that the transport situation could be mitigated at all. You're not confident that anything that we do would actually help the situation given the volume of traffic.
Yeah, the volume is the problem and the sheer volume that the netball is going to bring because of the changing. Augustine Road is already overloaded. We have to find an alternative just to maintain Ngā Puna with the 4 sports it is. That seems to be being ignored, and I have raised this with council staff on previous occasions prior to this.
Anything further? Melanie, have you got? You heard from council staff that they have already sent requests to the city streets with regards to Augustine Drive and to start that discussion, and also to look at on the long-term plan, putting a bid in for the Wigram Road entry exit. Your comments on that, if any?
Wigram Road is a viable alternative, and to be honest, it's sensible. All traffic into Ngā should be coming in Wigram Road, not a residential street. As I say, I live in Euphrasia Drive. I almost lived in Augustine Drive. I'm glad we didn't. It's just unbearable down there, and I am seriously worried that there's just no room for moving. There is going to be somebody hurt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keane, and thank you very much for your submissions. They're very detailed and very thorough. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris, is that you?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Great. Chris, I'll just let you know that you've got 5 minutes. I'll put the timer on for 4 minutes and just let you know you've got 1 minute left at that 4-minute point if you want to have any questions from councillors. But they're your 5 minutes to do what you want with. Is that clear?
That is clear. Thank you very much.
Cool. And we're in your hands.
Great, thank you. And firstly, hello everyone, and thanks very much for making the time to hear our submission. We are residents on the corner of Augustine Drive and Euphrasia Drive. Just before I start, I just want to obviously encourage everyone, and as I'm sure you're doing, to really keep an open mind as we hear all these submissions today. From what we can see from the submissions that were received and what will be heard today, the majority of what we would describe as substantive submissions, ones that have a lot of thought and work behind them, were actually opposed to the location of this facility rather than in favour of it. The first point we want to make is that firstly, we think that the facility is a great idea. We have no doubt that this will benefit Christchurch. It's just that the proposed location of this facility is wrong. The main reasons for this are that we think, firstly, that the site directly contradicts the Ngā master plan, and in particular, the fact that the plan sought to distance the sports hub from the residential neighbours as far as possible, and that the green space where the proposed lease is in place was that key area of green space which was meant to act as a buffer from the sports hub to the residents. We'd also note that this was the case in both the 2013 and 2015 versions of the master plan, that the green space was retained. And this happened to coincide with the time that the houses along Euphrasia Drive and Augustine Drive were purchased and or built. For example, our section was purchased in 2013 and built in 2014 with these master plans in place. Now, whilst we acknowledge that the master plan is not a legally binding document on the council, we consider that it's a very clear and public statement as to the intent for Ngā Puna Wai. We would also note that the 2015 master plan referred to the upcoming district plan change, and in spite of that, it still retained that area as a green space to act as a buffer and to be used for community fields. And that community fields area is still marked on the plan and at the entrance to Ngā Puna Wai today. As you've already heard today, the traffic is one of the primary concerns of residents. I think the stats that Wayne just rattled off made the point really well. We have big concerns about using a residential street, which is already overloaded with cars on busy days, and adding significant numbers of vehicle movements to that. We would also note that the master plans identified McMahon Drive and Haytons Road / Wigram Road as other entrances into Ngā Puna Wai. Neither of those sites or access points have been implemented, pushing the entire volume of cars down Augustine Drive. And we also note that this was the case before this Netsal facility was even proposed. The other issues that we have highlighted in our submission, I think, are relatively common sense around lights and noise and the impact that this will have. Clearly, this space was not intended to be used for a large facility such as this, and it will undoubtedly have impacts on the local residents. The construction vehicles that has also been mentioned today is another concern of ours. So in summary, we think that there are a number of other areas where this facility could be placed that would be better placed even within the Ngā Puna Wai facility, away from residents. We noted at the original council hearing that the main reason that this site was selected was that it could be pushed through under a non-notified consent process, and that there was a donor with a 30 June deadline, which was ultimately dictating that timeline. We do not believe that time pressures such as this should be driving a decision which will have a large impact on the residents in terms of the experience and living in Aidenfield and on our residential property values. We would finally note that the community fields have been a great asset during the lockdown. We also have a few issues on the consultation process, but I think would like to hand over to any questions from the councillors on some of the points we've just raised there.
Thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues, please?
Kia ora, Chris. Can you just give a little bit more, help us to understand what your concerns are about the time pressure in this process, please?
Sure, Anne. We definitely got the impression from the original council hearing that a decision needed to be made by the 30th of June, or that there was some philanthropic funding which was going to expire effectively. And that seemed to be the main reason for selecting the area of land for this proposed lease, rather than what would be best fit for purpose. For example, other areas of Ngā Puna Wai would require a notified consent process, which would obviously go longer than that time period from what we could understand. And that seemed to be the main driver of selecting this location rather than where the best location for the site would be.
Cool, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Any other further questions?
Yes, I just had a question about the like the visual amenity side of it. If the building was to be shifted either further from residents, or there was other mitigation measures like planting and things like that, would that be satisfactory for you?
I don't think that would address issues, frankly, around traffic, which is obviously a key one. The impact of construction, clearly moving a little bit further away would have a positive impact on noise and light, and maybe some planting would help with that. But I would suggest that would be a relatively minor mitigant for those issues.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your time, and very much appreciate you taking the time to come. Thank you. Just as a heads up to staff, maybe for a couple of questions when you come back to the table at the end, is the discussion on the McMahon-Haytons Road, which is not being used at the moment, or it hasn't been built, and also the possibility of moving the building from on that site slightly to try and mitigate, and also bund and planting. So just some for the questions later on. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could we also just get an understanding of what influence the time pressure had on helping us to understand the process, and how much of a factor the time pressure that Chris alluded to has perhaps been a factor in the process? Would be really helpful. Thank you.
That might be a question to actually pose to Netsal, because I mean Chris's point is directly related to the benefactor's requirements. We can certainly comment on the land matters that Chris alluded to in terms of, and he's quite right, simply. That land is zoned for this purpose. Other parts of Ngā Puna Wai are not.
maybe we take the time in question offline and pursue that. So if it can't be asked by staff. Yeah.
The dynamics around timing for funding is not a staff question, it's very much for the next.
I guess it's perhaps helping our residents to understand that that is important.
Perhaps we take that offline because we are on a time limit, and so if we can take that up with staff and maybe talk to Tessa about how we verbalise that. Perhaps.
Thank you.
Now, I understand that the Kiraru Netball Club aren't online, is that correct?
No, I contacted them.
Okay.
Somebody here who I don't know, could you maybe ask if Janice is part of that group?
Hi. Janice, are you there?
I don't think she hasn't got audio though. No, we're going to have to just, I think, move on.
Is Wayne Hawker online?
Yes, he is. I'm just starting him up now.
Okay. So good morning, Wayne. Are you there? Oh no, that's Chris.
Yeah.
G'day, Wayne.
Yeah, morning, Tim.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Now, just give us a couple of minutes. I've just got to get to your page, which is page 68 in our agenda. So if we're not looking at you, Wayne, we're looking at our...
That's fine. I'm not worth looking at anyway.
Yeah. Look, now, Wayne, I don't know if you heard me talk to the other guys. You've got
I have.
You've got 5 minutes. I'll give you a nod at 4 minutes if you want to have any questions, etc., from the panel, but they're your 5 minutes to do what you want with. Is that clear?
Yeah, understand.
Thank you very much, Wayne, and we are in your hands, mate.
Rightio, since I lodged my formal submission, I've uncovered more issues that I believe council should be questioning before these decisions are made. They include, there seems to be 2 conflicting copies of the Netsal proposal report by the consultant Stephen Barry, and depending on who you are, seems to determine who gets what reports. I'm just wondering why we've got 2 separate reports. Why is it there's also seems to be misleading information going around the tracks, and we need to know what really is the truth behind the regards to have to rush this process through. My other issue is neither of the 2 organisations, Christchurch Netball Centre or Mainland Football, have presented a copy of the new Netsal constitution, which to any of their clubs to seek approval of that constitution. So I'd have to question the legality of that under the Incorporation Societies Act. So now just moving into my formal submission, it appears one of the most significant issues we're dealing with is traffic. At the council meeting of February the 13th, Councillor Johansson asked about the requirement of the comprehensive traffic management plan and was told by the council staff member, well, we don't need one technically at this stage, which means that sounds like the council are hiding behind a technicality and disrespecting the residents. And if I have time, I can go into where I believe that technicality involved. Furthermore, at the open meeting held on site March the 17th, I directly asked council staff about the parking. Was told that while there was an allocation of 118 car parks spaces, they were not solely for the use of the Netsal Centre. This seems contradictory to what is in other council reports that I've read. Also, that same staff admitted, we have no idea how this whole setup will work, as we've never had a full winter season with the current sports already allocated at Puna. If council staff have no idea how things will work, then surely council need to err on the side of caution and hold back until more detailed information is available. When looking at one of the excuses for the decision to move from the netball centre to move elsewhere, traffic flow and parking around Hagley netball courts, then council need to accept a large proportion of the blame for those traffic issues that exist in that area. In closing, I'd like to say that anyone involved in this process that believes this location is more central and easier to access is in La La Land. Hagley Park is in central Christchurch. This site definitely is not. You just need to ask the families from areas such as New Brighton, Parkland, Sumner, Apanoe, Belfast or school clubs located within the central area and who will all have to literally drive past this Hagley courts just to get to this venue. You need full, factual and correct information to be able to make a decision. At this point, I do not believe you have everything required to make a decision that is based on facts, is not misleading or contradicting, and without the need to hide behind technicalities.
Thank you, Wayne. Just with regards to the Netsal question with the Constitution, that's nothing for the hearings. We can't do anything with that. That's to go to that organisation too, okay?
Yes, but at the same time, you're supposedly dealing with a legally constituted organisation. If their constitution is not legal, why should you be dealing with them?
As I said, that's to be discussed directly with them, not with us at the moment.
That's fine.
Yeah. Any other questions from the panel?
Kia ora, Wayne. Just wondering if you heard Andrew's summary at the beginning regarding the transport issues.
Yes, I have heard that. But when you look at the whole Puna site, in this situation, it looks like that you're going to put a fence at the top of the cliff now, after, and instead of having, and put an ambulance at the bottom. All of this, when, to some extent, while Puna is a great asset for the city, it hasn't been thought out and done properly right from the start. And now we're piecemealing things together. The whole traffic issue for the long term should have been looked at first. More than one road should have gone in there to interest. Using a local road and hiding behind a technicality to not have a traffic management report in place, I think is the wrong decision.
Thank you very much for your time and really appreciate you zooming in to us. We will be taking up the question and following up from the earlier statements from council staff with regards to access to Puna and the wider traffic issues. But thank you very much for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Lindley, are you online? Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Just before you start, you've got 5 minutes. So I'll give you a nod at 4 minutes. So if you want to get questions from the panel, etc., is that okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Great. So we are in your hands. You've got 5 minutes.
Thanks. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Much like the other three that have spoken before me, Wayne Keane, Chris Simic and Wayne Hawker, my concerns lie around the traffic, and I've also done some sums, much like Wayne Keane had done, regarding the amount of people that are going to be attending. And the 118 car parks that have been allocated for this centre are definitely not going to be enough when you've got approximately, and my figures alter probably a little bit from Wayne Keane's, I've worked on around 9 players in each team with 10 courts. You're at 240 players. And that includes coaches, managers, umpires, game officials, and players. That's not even parents that want to come and watch. My concerns with having so many people being there, that there will not be enough parking, but also this facility is going to run at night time. Monday to Sunday is what's been put out on the netball site. And I guess I have some concerns around the fact that it's winter, it's dark, there's going to be plenty of traffic coming and going. There's going to be young children who are going to either have to be waiting out in the cold because for their parents to arrive to pick them up. The the traffic really does concern me. I don't live in the area, but the traffic for this facility does concern me. Point two is I do feel for the residents who live right next to where this building's going to be built, and they're all of a sudden the green space that they've had now becomes like a concrete jungle that they're having built right next door to them. It'll block out their sun, it'll block out all those things and the reasons why they bought their buildings and decided to live there in the first place. So much like the other two speakers ahead of me, I don't not want the facility. I'm a netball person and I do want the facility. I just want a facility that's fit for purpose. And I believe that this one isn't. My last point is I feel that this will be a real disconnect for a lot of the clubs. There's a lot of working parents that have children that play netball, and with what's happened with the COVID thing, there's going to be even less working parents who will be able to afford the money that it's going to take, that the clubs will be given, or the pricing that will come out. And we haven't been told that at all from the centre that I'm directly related to. But I just feel that there's a lot of families that will probably end up pulling their children out of this facility that in playing netball, and the whole purpose is to have netball being played in the area, which is fantastic, and in an indoor facility, which is also fantastic. I'm all for that, but I just think that, much like I think Chris mentioned, maybe it go ahead with the lease, but perhaps it could be moved to perhaps the other side of the park, close to where Wigram Road is, where the traffic problem, obviously that's one of the huge issues that's going on at the moment, may not be quite as big an issue as where it is now in Augustine Drive. So, yeah, I'm like I said, I really want the centre, and I'm all for netball going ahead in the city. It would be great to be able to keep where it is now and somehow use the being next to this Metro Sports Centre. It is central, and Poumua is not central. It's great for me. It's like 5 minutes away. So I guess, yeah, the green space, the traffic, and the disconnect with clubs and families are what my issues are, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Lindley. And Melanie, Anne, any questions, please?
Thanks, Lindley. No, nothing from me.
I was just wondering, Lindley, if you have taken your concerns to Christchurch Netball about, the number of courts and the location and all that kind of thing.
We were looking at trying to do that at the AGM that was supposed to happen on the 23rd of March, but as you're aware, the lockdown came, and so that was not, unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. We did have, at their AGM, we had a Zoom AGM, and we dealt with the immediate business that needed to be dealt with at that time. They have postponed the general business, which is where some of those concerns and questions will be asked, is my understanding. But currently, the Christchurch Netball has not put anything out to any of the clubs or about how this is going to work. So until we get those opportunities to ask those questions, we don't have any answers, and it's all you can surmise, and you can surmise a lot of things, but no one has come out and actually openly said. We've been given no information other than there's a Q&A on their website, and they feel that that's answered all of the questions that there are out there. But I can tell you, just from speaking to other people in other clubs and the club that I happen to belong to, that there are a lot more questions that are going to need answers to before we would even consider.
Thank you, Lindley. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thanks.
And now we have we got Mark Beatty. And do this.
No, she's the next one. I'm sorry, no, it's not. It's just,
No. Okay, so are we good to go? Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Very well indeed, Councillor Scandrett. Thank you.
So you've got 10 minutes, and what I'll do is at 9 minutes, I'll give you a 1 minute call. So if you want to get questions from the panel, is that okay with you?
Absolutely fine. Yes, it shouldn't take me that long, so that might ease up a little bit of time pressure for everybody.
Oh, Mark, we are in your hands.
Thank you very much. Thanks again for the invitation to participate this morning, and good morning to all the other people online. Hope everything is going well. Look, Canterbury Hockey doesn't support, as it stands, the proposal for the lease of the land for the proposed Netsal site, due to the potential impact that we anticipate it will have on the Poumua Sports Hub as an entity. That is our primary concern. There's essentially two areas where we are concerned about the proposal. One's a very simple physical aspect, and a lot of those physical implications have already been identified in previous submissions this morning, and they're fairly clear and obvious. The other one that we are probably more concerned about is the relationship and management side, or the impact that the lease of the land for Netsal proposal will have on Poumua as a functioning sporting hub. We're all acutely aware, or I suspect most of us will be acutely aware, that the city has put a lot of money into developing this world-class facility, and we should be very proud as people of our city to have a facility where we can have international events in hockey, rugby league, tennis, athletics, and it's wonderful. Just to go over those two things, the physical impact, just to touch on some of them, and we identified it in our submission, the disruption to the functioning Poumua facility during the course of construction could potentially be bad for the Poumua brand and not a good look for anybody. The impact on traffic management and car parking, that's already been well discussed this morning. The visual impact of the proposed building, which, to put it in very simple terms, is a kind of a warehouse-like structure, which, to our way of thinking, is probably not the best entrance signature for a facility of this standard. And then, of course, the open space nature of Poumua, and that's also been discussed by other parties this morning, that perhaps putting a building in that area is not good for the open space nature. So there's some of the physical things that we are concerned about. But more importantly, this relationship and management scenario is what we are really concerned about. And fundamentally, the development of Poumua was centred around some governance documents which were put together by extensive discussion by a number of very highly qualified people to ensure that Poumua firstly got off the ground figuratively, and then got off the ground and out of the ground physically, and then it was developed, completed, and then managed. Now, these documents that I refer to, they govern they determined what the various parties brought to Poumua, and they now govern the obligations of parties at Poumua. To get to this point, it's taken considerable time and effort by the founding four sports, which are hockey, rugby league, tennis and athletics, and the Christchurch City Council, and other parties who are also involved, which include the Poumua Trust, which is a very important entity. The combined agreement to get to where we've got to now has taken a massive amount of energy, and I can't state highly enough what it has taken. But anyone that's been involved, including council staff, will fully appreciate what I'm talking about. So to have a new party come in to the Ngā complex, it is very, very important that that party understands what the obligations are around culture, expectations, etc. And what concerns hockey is that as things are sitting at the moment, there appears to be a very strong misalignment with the underlying principles and values which are being exhibited at Ngā. So that, for hockey, is seen as a major source of concern as to how Ngā actually progresses from here. And I would really urge the councillors on the panel, and everybody in fact, not to underestimate the importance of that mix and understanding of what's needed. Because at the end of the day, physical buildings are just bricks and mortar, but relationships and management take a lot more than that. And it's really, really important that everybody is on the same page before we turn the first sod of soil, if in fact that is to happen. Okay, so to that end, unless there's a really strong alignment and there is a very and that is articulated clearly, and it is all agreed with the existing Ngā structure, then I think we could be entering into very dangerous ground, and that would not be good for anybody that's on this call, including obviously the council, who are putting a lot of money into it. They want to see, I'm sure, the very, very best facility being efficiently managed, and we don't need brand damage, because that's no good for any of the sports or any entity involved. So that's pretty much encompasses or summarise what I was saying in our proposal. I'd probably just finalise by saying hockey would find it difficult to understand how the Netsal proposal, as tabled, complements the what is actually in place at Ngā now. So we would struggle to actually get our head around that. A lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Just a question. Has Canterbury Hockey approached Netsal for a discussion at any?
No, we haven't.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, Mark. Just to clarify, so your concern is that the granting of this lease to this organisation would undermine the work that's been done in building a governance structure that is fundamental to the way that Ngā Puna is working?
No, it's a great question, and I think it's very important to clarify it. No, I'm not saying it will undermine it. What I'm saying is that it's taken a lot of time, a lot of work, and a lot of discussion to get to where we have got to now, and it's important that we keep on, that Ngā Puna continues with the momentum that we have developed, and for that to happen, we can't have parties acting outside what has been agreed by the founding parties. So we all need to be on the bus together, all heading in the same direction. If we have somebody that's, or any one entity behaving differently, it compromises Ngā Puna quite significantly. And that's why, Councillor, I stress the need for significant further discussion before this proposal goes ahead, because there is so much detail that has to be addressed that will trip us up. And I think we can all speak, I'm sure that anyone who's been around the Ngā Puna table to date, with hand on heart, would agree with what I'm saying, that we need to examine detail. We've got to make sure that everybody is on the same page. We don't need surprises down the track. It is the worst thing for the brand of Ngā Puna Wai.
Thanks for the clarification.
Melanie, have you got any?
Well, thank you for that. I had some questions around the point about capital. So I'm not really clear actually about what capital the other sports in Canterbury hockey have put in so far into Ngā Puna Wai. And I was wondering if you could explain a little about the operational responsibilities you have, like what sorts of things that covers, and yeah, could you give some information?
Sure. It's quite a complex question, Councillor, to be fair. But just in context, the parties, the founding parties or founding sports, I should say, all brought to the table or brought to the development a different level of contribution. I'll speak for Canterbury Hockey, and we have contributed a significant sum, a number of millions of dollars to Ngā Puna Wai on the basis that we were going to have some outcomes which were all agreed in these founding documents that I spoke to earlier. And we are making very good progress along that. And as I say, it has not been easy, but we are getting there. So there's that. Then there's the ongoing management issues with Ngā Puna Wai, and obviously we pay our way, we pay what we have to pay to use the facility, which is all absolutely fine. It's what we all agreed to. However, we can't introduce our own capital into the project and build our own facility. One issue that Canterbury Hockey has currently, or one challenge it has, is that we would like to be setting up a really good functional home of hockey as an administration facility at Ngā Puna Wai. However, because of the documents and the founding documents that we've all agreed to, we can't actually introduce our own capital and build something out there for our use. So it's a little bit, I guess it's a little bit against the grain to see an entity coming in who's saying, hey, we're just going to stick a building up down in the corner and, you know, at the entrance there, and we're allowed to do it. Well, just need to be careful about how that sort of decision might impact in the minds of those existing founding sports and other parties.
Thank you very much, Mark. We do have to move on, and thank you very much for your time, and perhaps there are some follow-up questions to staff at the end of the hearings, Mel. Cool. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Sandra. Thanks.
Look, we are going to go back to Kiriru Netball Club. David Palamo has had difficulty getting on, so we will go back, and they are page 84 on your submissions. If we can. Are we there? No? Okay, no, it's okay. Good morning, David. Are you there? No, that's Mark.
No, he's showing us being there.
Good morning, David.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
Hi, David.
Good, thank you.
Can you see us?
No, I can't.
Sorry,
but I can hear you.
Good on you. Hey,
that's okay. I can just talk.
Well, David, my name's Tim Scandrett. I'm a city councillor, and I'm chairing the hearings panel. And on the hearings panel, you have Councillor Anne Galloway and Councillor Melanie Coker. So So you have 10 minutes to talk to us, but what I've been doing with the others is at 9 minutes, I'll give you a heads up that there's a minute left, and so you can stop there or wind up to have any questions asked of you. Is that okay?
Okay, I won't need 9 minutes, so
great.
You know, I can. Will I just start talking?
Yes, you start now. Thank you.
Okay, well, I have a few concerns for our club, Kiruru. We are a lot of our young players that play. They belong to working families. Both parents work. They've got maybe more than one child playing netball on a Saturday. Saturday netball suits them because of the fact that they can go from the one-stop venue. All their children can go and play. They don't have to go backwards and forwards. That doesn't affect their work because they work during the week. Saturday's is their free day. By changing it to a venue where I did notice that they're saying that they were going to have the school grade straight after school. Well, that's going to limit some children's ability to play the sport because they just won't be able to. Their parents will not be able to get them there. They're so used to it, they have to work. It means taking time off work, losing money, blah, blah, blah. Whereas at the moment, everything's central. All the games are on the Saturdays. The whole family can go along there. There's no drama. And they can play their sport. We just feel by going throughout the week for all the grades, which is probably one of the only cities in New Zealand that does that, the grades that are played during the week are mainly senior grades, not children. It means they might have to give up another activity that they already have. So then the parent has to choose. What are they going to do? So it's going to limit the number of children that can actually play netball because of the fact it's been taken away from the weekend. And then also in our club, we have a lot of people that attend churches. And it has been said that there may be games some clubs may need to look at playing on a Sunday. Well, that's just not viable. You know, can't choose sport over religion, blah, blah, blah. But we just feel that also we haven't really been consulted enough by the netball board. We've had very little interaction with the netball board. No one seems to know what's going on. And this is a bit of a worry. Our club's been involved in netball for over 30 years in Christchurch, and we just feel that the information we're getting for 2 years down the track, it's not adequate. The other thing is that we just feel there could be a health and safety issue here. You know, you go all the way from one side of the town to the other, you've got to drop your kids, you've got to get through this. They're saying about after school. Well, I'm not sure, but if you've driven through the city between 4 and 6, it's a nightmare. So there's the hassle. Traffic congestion on Lincoln Road now is a nightmare. What's it going to be like further down the track? People are going to miss games. They have to do umpiring on as well. But the logistics of it for a family is just not practical. It's going to put more stress on in an atmosphere that already has a lot of stress in it. You know, you've got young families, they're budgeting, they're working, they've got other commitments. At the moment, a lot of families in our club, it fits them perfectly Saturday. But by taking it away and making them go from one side of town, Hagley Park's very central. It's central to all the suburbs, but taking it right to the edge, it just means you have to go all the way, one side to the other. It just puts so much stress on families that really is not there at the moment, and it's just to play this one sport. But some of them might have to leave their children there. They might have to get other ways of leaving them at this new venue, and then they pick them up after work. Going to have these kids running around. You know, in the winter it gets dark at 5:30. You'll have them running around, waiting on their parents all the way out there. That doesn't happen at the moment. There's no safety issue. The parents are with them at the netball court at the moment. They look after them. It's putting extra stress on families. And to be quite honest, I mean, expecting a 10 or 11-year-old to wait in the dark to get picked up by a parent who could have been held up at work or by traffic, I'm not sure if that's acceptable. But the other factor is that, as I say, our club's got a lot of working people in it. We're concerned the fees are going to go up. And sport is supposed to be there for New Zealanders to enjoy at a reasonable price. It shouldn't only be for people who have the income to afford it. So that's basically where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from my fellow panel members?
No, not from me.
No, look, we've got no questions for you. Thank you very much for your submission. Just to, at the beginning of the hearing, council staff made some comments with regards to taking steps to look at mitigating traffic issues. So I don't know if you heard of those, but be rest assured that those issues have been raised and a number of others, which will be discussed again later on. But thank you so much for your time.
Yes. Oh, just on that note, if I've got a wee second, is that we did discuss that with some of the parents. They said they'd still have to lose money by dropping their child off. And then if they've got 3 kids who play netball and they're on 3 different nights, the cost is just ginormous. Which at the moment, there's only 1 visit.
Thank
you. Understand what I mean? They go to the net.
Yep, we do. And thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Good morning, Peter and Annette. Thank you very much for your time this morning and zooming in. So I don't know if you heard, you've got 10 minutes, so what I will do is I will give time 9 minutes, then give you a heads up. You've got a minute left if you have any want any questions from the panel. Is that clear? Yep. I'll just remind you who's on the panel. I'm Councillor Tim Scandred, I'm chairing. On my right we have Anne Galloway, Councillor Anne Galloway, and Councillor Melanie Coker. Okay? We're in your hands for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Annette and I are 2 of the 6 trustees of the Ngā Sports Hub Trust. Interestingly, a lot of the things that we're going to talk about have already been touched upon by Mark Beatson for Canterbury Hockey, who spoke very eloquently earlier. As a starting point, the Trust sits as a high-level strategic and planning advice entity in the Ngā hierarchy. It sits beside the council and is intended to advise the council on those high-level matters. The Trust has a strategic plan. It has 3 strategic pillars. They are the sports, the community, and the future. For the sports, it's primarily advocating for the founding sports. For the community, it's the usage of the facilities for the community benefit. And for the future, it's focusing on potential stage 2 development and also new sports coming into the complex. Germanely, over the several years of evolution of Ngā Puna prior to its completion, there evolved a partnership model among the founding sports based on underpinning principles. Those commitments among the sports with the council are contractual. They are in 4 key documents: funding and allocation agreement, the escrow deed, the deed of trust, and most particularly for this purpose, the SMAP. All 4 RSOs signed this suite of documents, and that is the contractual commitment to Ngā Puna. Key aspects of those documents are, firstly, and significantly, the alienation of capital funds by all 4 sports into the entity. Significant sums, as Mark spoke of. Some millions for hockey, over $1 million for tennis, for example. And this, we understand, is unique in New Zealand. The alienation of those funds. The corollary of that alienation is the reservation of usage rights under the SMAP agreement. And all 4 sports were happy to go with that because it enshrined their rights to use their code-specific facilities for the future. Thirdly, the relationship's based on one of partnership and collaboration. That's set out in this map. And equally significantly, there's deference to the Ngā Pūnawai entity for wider usage issues for the facilities and for dealing with matters such as major events, so that the codes are not autonomous in terms of their code-specific facilities. In the council submission, it didn't seem to touch on these matters set out in our submission, but it did refer to the management plan and the vision in the management plan. Now, that vision is a very widely stated vision of developing, managing and promoting the area as a prominent Christchurch rural metropolitan park. But that, of course, must be informed very much by the suite of documents to which I've referred, which contractually enshrine the principles that we've set out, and specific regard must be had to those contractual documents. And so when the trust is asked to submit, then it must record that the Netsal proposal does not fit into these principles at any level. In this proposal, the funds are not alienated to the common entity. Netsal would own its own buildings. Canterbury Hockey doesn't own the hockey fields. Canterbury Tennis doesn't own the tennis courts. Netsal would have a lease of its premises. The other codes don't have leases of the facilities that they use. Ngā Pūnawai wouldn't have dominion over those facilities for the wider purposes, the community purposes. And one example is possibly hosting a community event such as a Pacifica Festival. Now, the Netsal proposal would not be part of that, but it also would inhibit the trustees in terms of advising in regard to those matters. And also, from the other facilities, there's the ability to derive income when the sports have not chosen to use those times for their purposes. Here, under the Netsal proposal, it would derive all income from usage, or what usage might be available when those facilities are not being used for those specific codes. So the trust is not commenting on the wider issues around the proposal. That's for others to comment on. This submission is focused on the fundamental principles which we felt compelled to draw to the hearing panel's consideration. But significantly, it also reflects the views of the 4 founding sports who have each endorsed the submission. And you've heard Mark Beatson speak for Canterbury Hockey. It is open to netball, as indicated in our submission, to reshape its proposal so as to align with the 4 sports and these fundamental principles. Alienation of capital may not be possible or practical, but the protection of rights and usage should be under a SMAP agreement rather than a lease. A lease may be necessary, but the dominant document should be a SMAP, which would have some degree of alignment. And under that SMAP, there would be the waiving of the autonomy that underpins the proposal at present. But also there would be deference to Ngā Pūnawai for the ability for future planning, for resolution of key pressure issues that Annette will talk about shortly, and the juggling of major events, clashes and the like. So some progress in that regard might be seen as some movement towards key alignment initiatives, but they probably would not remedy the disconnect that arises by private asset ownership and lease rights, which the proposal entails. Thank you. I would hand over to Annette now for her part.
Cool. Thanks, Peter, and morena, everybody. I was just wanting to labour some strategic considerations that the Trust finds itself in. Further, firstly, the proposed location restricts further development on the site. And as Peter has outlined, that green space can be well used by the community, and that will be severely restricted if the lease was to go ahead. You've heard about the car parking issues. One of the successes of Ngā Pūnawai is that it's been very busy from day one. And the area that is outlined for the lease is actually where the overflow parking goes, particularly when there's a major event. So there's definitely an issue there that needs to be seriously reviewed. The number of events that are happening at Puna is fantastic, but what it does mean is that SMAP agreement is critical in how they are prioritised, because what it means is if there's an event on site, for example, the New Zealand Track and Field Championships that were held in March, the other users on the site agree not to have events and quieten the site down so that that event can occur. So what we see with just an autonomous lease is an inability to allow facilitation for a whole of hub process around some of those sorts of issues. I noticed in the recommendation to council that reference is made to Netsal working collaboratively with other sporting groups, contributing, raising awareness and participation across all of the sports and being able to use and contribute to the infrastructure. As an independent lease, the Trust doesn't see how this could be facilitated, and if a lease was granted, we would ask that it be subservient to the SMAP agreement that Peter has outlined, and making Netsal a contractual partner on site. That is the only way to ensure the achievement of those objectives outlined in that recommendation. Finally, sport and recreation has changed dramatically since COVID. Change is necessary, and one thing is for sure is that greater cross-collaboration between sports is going to be pivotal in ensuring that sport and rec can be delivered effectively, not in terms of cost, resource, but also new ways of doing things. Puna is unique. Its partners have already started on a partnership journey that looks to cross-collaborate. And what we want is the ability for the model to be enhanced and strengthened so that any new sport or development on site is bound by the principles of partnership and collaboration that already exist at Puna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Is there any questions from my fellow Anne?
Kia ora, Peter and Annette. Just if the lease was granted, would there be opportunity then to have these discussions with Netsal going forward in terms of how to work together and all the issues that you've raised?
I think whatever happens, it's compelling that those discussions continue. We have met a couple of times with the Netsal principals. We've spoken about these very issues, and there is certainly an expressed willingness on their part to be part of the partnership in the general sense. The question is, of course, can that be achieved in detail?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your time this morning. Cheers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, Ross. Could you please turn your video on? It's Tim Scandrett here. Are you with us, Ross? Are you there? Good morning, Ross. Ross, could you please turn your video and audio on, please?
He's not muted, so he should be talking.
Sorry, Ross, we can't hear you if you are talking.
I wonder if his computer's muted.
Hello, Ross. Yeah, look, we are scheduled to be back at 11:50, and and we'll just have to squeeze Ross in wherever we can when we start back. He may come up first if we've got hold of him. Is that okay? So we'll plan to. So we will have a break until 11:50. So thank you all very much. Right, good morning. And good morning, Ross. I'm just going to restart the hearing. How are you this morning?
Hi there. Well, we can't see you, but anyway, you can hear me.
Absolutely. Look, so, Ross, how I'm going to do it, you've got 5 minutes. I'll time 4 minutes, then I'll give you let you know you've got a minute left. So if you wanted to wind up and ask any questions, please do. And we will go forward from there. Is that okay with you?
Yep, okay.
Thank you very much. So, Ross, we are in your hands.
Okay, well, I'm speaking from being a neighbour of this proposed centre, living in Euphrases Drive, and I just feel that this whole thing's been terribly rushed. The public knew about it was on the 11th of February, and it was in the paper, etc. And I noticed on here that one of the board members, Steve from the netball, and that said that Stephen Barr had hoped that construction would start, etc., etc. And one of the big challenges was the number of people in the area. And he said there will be a lot of people in one place at one time. I'm sure the city council will have that under control. So they sort of were aware of obviously the traffic issues, and obviously it's been brought up prior to me watching this morning. So I probably won't need to run over that. My other concern is the consultation process hasn't been that good, I didn't think, for something that is so dramatic as this. I mean, we got just a thing in the post that gave a brief outline of what this was all about, and I see on the council report there was only 40 of these given out. So that's not a lot of people to advise of this particular thing that's proposed. And also they just put a little small sign up on the site that probably you people may or may not have seen that doesn't really warn people of the consequences of traffic, the immensity of the size of this thing. So that's one issue. So we won't carry on with that because we haven't got time. And the other thing is I'm concerned about who is Netsal. It's a private company, and why the council would be wanting to lease reserve land that's sacred relatively to a private company to run it as a business as such, because that's what they're going to be doing, because they need money to make it run. It's not being council owned like the rest of the facilities there. And if it runs into trouble, who's going to pick up the tab because it's on council land? That's another problem. And there's also 9 courts going in the new metro centre that's being built at present. And I had a picture of that, but I can't show you. But there's a bulk of 6 courts, and then next to that another 3. So there's already 9 courts that are for netball being proposed, or not being proposed, they're being built at the moment because it's in the plan. So there's going to be a conflict. I can see a conflict between Netsal running this facility that needs to make money and utilising the metro centre, which is run by the council, so it doesn't have to make money, because if it's not being used, it doesn't matter. Where this centre being private has to make money, and it's got shareholders. And also notice that Christine Roder, who is one of the submitters on this, she has not declared her a conflict of interest. She's also going to be one of the directors of this company, I've noticed. And as far as money, I mean, who is the secret benefactor that's putting all this money in? Does anybody even know? Plus, they're going to have a $5 million loan. So obviously that's huge amount of repayments, and then they're going to try and find $5 million of funding. So my concern of it doesn't sound a very good business case at all. So that's another reason why I don't think the council should be even, looking at this particular thing. And then we go on to the council report and how the commissioner and your council town planner can actually issue, or not issue, but it's advise on a resource consent and say that this is, the thing with a consent, a resource consent, as you're aware, it's to be no more than minor. And all through that report that I've read, it's everything was no more than minor, and however that could possibly be, this huge mass of this, traffic, etc., is no more than minor, is just bewilders me. When they're only working on about 800 people to 1,000 the odd time, and I think those numbers are probably pretty conservative. And also the intersection at Augustine and the Hallsville Road, that's going to reach capacity in 2028, and that's without all this. And don't forget, though, I see in the paper yesterday, Netball are going to want to bring all their facilities from Hagley to this facility now. I don't know whether you're aware of that, but that was in the paper yesterday. And also, there was quite a few misinformation, I feel, that this, on the staff comments on pages 9 and 10 there. 1 minute. Where, 1 minute, okay. Where basically, you know, this thing is going to take off 2 fields where there were 4 fields. Then that thing it said it only had 1. And then there was a comment about how they would, the close to the resident, I can't find it now. The speeding vehicles, they basically said that the facility with the vehicles speeding, that they're basically saying there's going to be so much traffic, there won't be speeding vehicles. And finally, I just want to sum up in saying that I don't see how the council could possibly consider leasing land to a private company. And also, there is also land that the council own on the Wigram Road. There's council land there that would be quite adequate for this. And it's beside the motorway between Musgroves, the Wigram entry and Wigram Road. There's a big hunk of land there that would be much more suitable for this, that wouldn't affect the neighbours in such a way. Because that's my big issue with it. So all I'm asking is that when you consider this, you take into account the neighbours, all the residents, and would you people also want this to be in your front yard because of the size of it? And also the other thing is they want to run this thing 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night, 12 months of the year, 7 days a week. So, and also they want to sublease it.
Thank you, Ross.
Well.
Thank you very much, Ross. We're out of time, but I will ask my colleagues if they have a question for you.
No, thanks.
No questions? Thank you very much, Ross, for your time this morning and making the effort. Very much appreciated. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. Bye now.
Cheers. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. So I can't see anybody on the screen, so I'm just steering myself. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be seeing anyone.
Okay. Just to let you know, you've got 10 minutes. What I'll do is at 9 minutes, I'll give you a heads up. You've got 1 minute left if you want questions, etc. from the panel. Is that okay? And this morning, you've got obviously me as chairing the panel. You've got Councillor Anne Galloway and Councillor Melanie Coker. So.
Okay. And I've got a slideshow as I understand it. I can't see the slideshow on my screen, but I'll get to it in a second. Can I just start? Thank you for having us. Appreciate that. And just with the comments that were made by the last gentleman that was on there, I have to tell you that he is absolutely bang on the money on a number of things. Just a quick bit of history. I spent 7 months proactively trying to empower or find a way to get this building built within the agricultural park so that we could have it as part of the show, and obviously that got taken away by a secret meeting between council staff and Netsal and Christmas without any notification to the Canterbury AMP Association. But because of those 7 months of negotiations, I have an intimate knowledge of what's going to go on and how this building's going to be built, and everything that gentleman just said is on the money. Right. Tim, can we just, if we look at the images, what I've done is on the screen an aerial photo of the show on Friday afternoon, and I've highlighted in purple on the right the space that you're going to take up by building this building, and the space on the left that's highlighted in green is another area that I want to explain to you and why it's important. So the first thing to note with this is that we're at capacity, and because of the development of Poumua, we can't take any more cars, and last year we were probably 15% below previous years, just to do with the weather and sometimes the cycle of people coming through the show. So the idea that you're going to take away the substantial amount of car parking, it just blows my mind, if I'm honest. The process of getting to this point where I'm sort of staring down the barrel of a 10-minute presentation, and you're potentially going to, do something that will be another nail in the coffin for the show. It's sad, if I'm honest. I really feel sad that we're even at this point. So let's just quickly go through some history. Can we flick to the next slide, if we may, please? So this land here that's marked in green, this is part of the flood retention area works that we've done. So council staff, senior sport and rec staff came to me in 2014 or 15 and said, look, if we excavate the gravel from under this land, we will save the city $2 to $3 million on building the Napuna Sports Hub. And I said to them at the time, look, we're happy to try and help the council save money, but we want to make sure that we can still use the space during the show. Their commitments to the Canterbury MP Association was clear. This would only ever flood in a 1 in 10 year event. And the outcome has been that the removal of gravel, the mining of the gravel to build Napuna has left this land unstable. It floods at the drop of a hat. And if we have a significant rainfall of any kind of rain prior to the show, we can't use that area in green for car parking. So we're already deeply handicapped, and this whole problem hasn't been solved. So if you go and take more parking land and we have rain, we're done. And it's not rain on the day either, it's rain the day before. And it just breaks my heart to think that we're going to rush through this process and potentially create such an extraordinarily bad outcome for the city. I mean, the only city in the country that has an agricultural event of this scale, an event of this scale, inside their sort of four walls. So if we could flick back to the original slide so I can just talk a little bit more about how that whole thing works. We are probably the only organisation in the South Island that parks 7,000 cars in a paddock in 3 hours in one day. And the ability to do it requires open spaces, and there is zero planning, no planning that has been done by council or anyone to overcome this problem. The reality is that Netsal were given a $10 million by a benefactor 7 years ago. And it took them 6 years before we were even having a conversation with them. And when they tried to rush it through with us, and we needed time, and I got all of our committees and our volunteers and our membership on board, and then it got taken away. And we weren't in an agreement, but I thought we had a way to go. And now suddenly the council and you, Tim, and Galloway and Melanie, you're all being forced basically to make a quick decision because you're at risk that the benefactor is going to take this money away from the city and spend it somewhere else. When in reality, Netsalg had this money for 6 years. And I guess the other thing that concerns us is we know that there are other options around the city. Council staff told us that last year, but it appears now that they've been taken off the table with no consultation with the wider community. So I'm interested in any questions that you might have for me around, how are we going to resolve this? We support, the Canterbury MP Association supports the creation of this building somewhere in the city, and we worked very, very hard for 7 months to do so. But this decision-making, this knee-jerk reaction to quickly put it in here is going to cause significant problems for us. So I'm interested, Councillor Skandrick, if what your view on this is.
Thank you, Jeff. Do you, Melanie or Anne, have any questions?
No questions from me, thanks.
Jeff, just at the start of the hearing, council staff said that they were working on an integrated traffic management and parking plan. Is that with you guys, is that right?
I have had one meeting with Novo Group and council where we have explained how the site works. Nothing has progressed from that.
And the land along Wigram Road, is that going to be used for parking? I'm not quite sure.
Yep, we do use it for parking. If we have a big year, for example, we certainly do overflow into it, but it is a very dangerous and problematic piece of land for parking simply because of the health and safety and the volume of traffic that has to come in through that entranceway, and mixing traffic with humans is difficult. Absolutely. We also, the land at Wigram Road, as agreed with councils, was to be developed to provide a sustainable income to support the show over the coming decades. Yep. And that, I guess, negates any of that work that we did together to create a sustainable way of funding the show in the future.
Just on a side note, with regards to park and rides, what work has been done there? Because it's sustainability for the future.
I've met with ECAN's CEO, I've met with Red Bus. I've had zero, I just can't get them to do it for a start. The second issue we've got is we're very different to a rugby game, Tim, where the rugby game starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and finishes at 5:30. So the buses are there, are ready to go. We're open for 3 days, and doing a spoke I guess a hub and spoke kind of scenario means that those buses have got to run consistently for 12 hours a day for 3 days, and there's significant costs associated, tens of thousands of dollars that we don't have.
Yeah, I guess the question there is, like where can the city come in with regards to our sustainability policies and with regards to the importance of the show? So, and you're absolutely right, it would be a shuttle type system that would be needed over 3 days.
That's a long conversation. This is you're about to make a decision now, and I think that's that whole scenario around you're making decisions before coming up with solutions, and it scares me. I'm terrified by this.
Thank you very much. Any further? Thank you very much, Jeff, for your time.
So.
Yep. Has he gone?
Thank you, Tim.
Are you there, Jeff? I thought you were going to say something.
Yeah, I am.
Yep.
No, I was just going to finish off, Tim, with we worked extremely hard to try and make this work inside the agricultural park, and it saddens us that it's come to this, because we explained to staff on numerous occasions the effect this is going to have on the show, and I just have to emphasise to you enough. It's death by 1,000 cuts for us with these kinds of decisions.
Yep.
So appreciate you'll take the time to make your own judgments, and I hope you understand that what I'm saying comes from the bottom of my heart, and it's an honest assessment of a very complicated environment.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for your time. There's certainly going to be some questions at the end of this to staff, so thank you for your time. Cheers.
Right. Thank you, bye.
Good morning to the three of you.
Good morning. Good morning, Tim.
Well, just to explain, you guys have chosen to present together, so we're going to give you 20 minutes. We very much appreciate you doing that. So just to explain to those that are listening that you've chosen to combine your time, so instead of 30 minutes, you're getting 20, so we thank you very much for making that. What I'll do is at 19 minutes, I will give you a heads up. So if you want, you can stop and get any questions from the panel. Is that okay with you guys?
Yes, sure. Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'll just explain. I'm Councillor Tim Scandrett chairing, and my fellow councillors Anne Galloway and Melanie Coker are on the panel this morning. And we are we're in your hands.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Stephen Barry, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the Netsal Sports Centre Limited as the proposed lessee. Before proceeding, I'd like to extend a thank you to the council team involved in the lease notification, communication and hearing process, the council park and recreation teams for their guidance and for facilitating discussions with Netsal and the Poumua Trust, all of those in support of the proposed lease and the Netsal development. And finally, to those not in support, we acknowledge your concerns and respect the right to express them. I will comment specifically on the Poumua Trust and CAPA responses separately shortly. Some brief history to perhaps help clarify some of the misunderstandings that have come up this morning. Netsal was established as a tax-exempt company by the Christchurch Netball Centre Incorporated, hereinafter referred to as Netball, and the No. 6 Federation of Football, incorporated hereinafter referred to as Football, is the vehicle to develop and own a 10-court indoor sports facility at Christchurch. That unique sporting collaboration began over 7 years ago when Netsal was fortunate to be offered the financial support of one of New Zealand's wealthiest individuals, hereinafter referred to the benefactor who wishes to remain anonymous, but who was willing to purchase a parcel of land in Christchurch and build the 10-court facility and allow Netball to use it long term, with the only responsibility being to meet ongoing operating costs. Netball, recognising the need to ensure ongoing financial viability of this opportunity, approached football as a complementary user of such a facility, and the joint venture partnership came into being. Over the following 7 years, numerous sites were evaluated for purchase by the benefactor, but no suitable ones were able to be secured on acceptable terms. With the benefactor's continued support and agreement to a $10 million development contribution to Netsal, we turned our focus to leasehold land opportunities in the city in December 2018. For much of 2019, Netsal pursued discussions with the Canterbury Agricultural and Pastoral Association for the development to take place on land owned by the City Council that was subject to existing and restrictive long-term agreements with the Canterbury Agricultural and Pastoral Association. Under significant pressure from the Netsal benefactors to conclude a transaction or lose their support to another project, we elected to commence alternative discussions with the Council in respect to Ngā Puna in December 2019. These discussions were able to progress quickly as the Council had been involved and had an in-depth understanding of the Netsal project, as they had been fully engaged during our discussions with Canterbury Agricultural Pastoral Associations. These discussions have in turn led us to today's hearing, which is a further and critical step in ensuring our benefactors' ongoing support of the project. In terms of the location, Netsal now recognise Ngā Puna as the best location for this development, and with the benefit of hindsight, regret not recognising this opportunity as early as December 2018. Significant time and cost has been incurred in reaching this conclusion, and the delays have now placed the benefactor support at real risk of loss to the city. The site at Ngā Puna and Netsal's co-location with a number of Canterbury's other major sports will further develop and grow the Ngā Puna Sports Hub and further demonstrate how collaboration in sport and within the community can create genuinely world-class facilities. The specific location of the Netsal building at Ngā Puna was chosen to take advantage of existing services delivered to Ngā Puna, the existing parking, and to ensure that the building was and felt connected to the rest of the sports hub by its users and vice versa. The building and the costs and viability. The 10,000 square metre building, while acknowledged as large in size, has been carefully designed to be fit for purpose, but also to be sympathetic to the landscape with the minimum building height and with materials, colours and landscaping to soften its impact on the site. It has met all of the requirements of the Resource Management Act, and a resource consent was issued on the 16th of April 2020. The project has been costed at $20 million and has been subject to rigorous evaluation and peer review. $10 million of this cost has been contributed by Netsal's generous non-Christchurch-based benefactor and $5 million by the Netsal shareholders. The balance of $5 million of funding is targeted to come from the Lotteries Commission with $2.5 million and from a series of other sources. The independent feasibility done by the highly regarded RSL consultants supports the financial viability of the business, which will be underpinned by netball and football as the two primary users of the facilities. They, like any other user, will purchase court time from Netsal, creating sufficient income for it to operate successfully and to maintain the asset into the long term. In terms of the impact, beyond the impact on netball and football that Julian and Chris will comment on shortly, the Netsal facility will, as a large quality indoor facility, offer enormous opportunity to other sports, community groups, schools, and other groups who seek the safety of a secure, safe, warm and dry space to grow and develop their activities. Netsal will also seek to collaborate with other facilities in the city to ensure we can attract and deliver quality sporting and other regional and national events to the city. In terms of challenges, Netsal acknowledges the concerns expressed by various parties about traffic, safety, traffic flows in and out of Ngā Puna and car parking at peak usage times, but believe that the Council is fully aware of this and has plans in place to ensure these challenges are addressed in the short to medium term and to ensure this does not inhibit the success of Ngā Puna as the city's premier sporting hub. We further understand this was always to be addressed by Council as part of the growth of Ngā Puna through the annual planning process. We believe the location of the Netsal building will assist in reducing noise and light travel from the existing facilities at Ngā Puna into adjoining residences, and the noise and light from the Netsal building will be fully contained. As indicated earlier, we'd like to specifically comment on the Napunawai Trust and Kappa responses to the proposed lease. We are extremely disappointed with the Napunawai Trust's position. Despite our various attempts to reassure them of our desire to be a collaborative partner and to be supportive of the role of the Trust in managing Napunawai, however, they have shown themselves as either unable or unwilling to engage with us or to lead and embrace change and to see the opportunity associated with the addition of Netsal's $20 million facility at Poumua and the benefits it will bring to sport and the community in the city. Netsal, netball and football, to the contrary, have demonstrated their ability to collaborate in the interests of their sports and of the community, and this approach would form the basis of its participation at Napunawai. This will require leadership by the Trust, the Council, or a new entity charged with that responsibility in the future, and we would fully support them in that aim. We would also like to acknowledge Kappa's long history and the role it plays in the community and thank them for engaging with us during much of 2019. Having said that, we believe that Netsal's occupation of the Napunawai site will benefit them in that it will be the catalyst for additional car parking, a second and permanent access to the site, along with various additional infrastructure, all of which will be available to the show in accordance with the agreement already in place with the Council at Poumua for the Friday of show week. We believe this will assist the show in evolving to meet the challenges of operating successfully in the current environment. The Netsal facility will be used 48 plus weeks of the year, 7 days per week, and by thousands of Cantabrians and visitors to the city. Its impact on the city, while different to that of the annual show, will be no less significant and arguably more so. In conclusion, we commend the Netsal project and the proposed lease as an outstanding opportunity for the city and its citizens. Thank you.
Well done, Steve. Thanks. I'll jump in here now and just, I guess, talk about this as the opportunity from football's point of view. So I'm Julian Bowden, CEO at Mainland Football. And as an organisation, we have over 20,000 registered players across our region. Futsal itself is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. High school participation in the last 5 years has increased by 66%. And what we're seeing in futsal is it's a huge attraction for the youth, which is an important sector that I guess government is interested in. And I know the city council is too. How do we keep our youth more active? And futsal also shows strong support for females, with over 35% of players being female. So there are clear signals that from around the country that having good facilities helps not only grow the sport, but also improve the enjoyment of it. If we look to other cities that have good facility, Christchurch's numbers are about a third of the players in Dunedin and a half of the players in Wellington. And we believe this is 100% in line with the quality of the facilities that are available in the city. In Dunedin, the Edgar Centre boasts 21 courts, and the ASB Centre in Wellington has 12 courts. A 10-court facility in Christchurch will go a long way to addressing some of that imbalance. Like our friends in netball, we see the facility being able to operate in tandem with the new Metro facility. This will allow us to bring major tournaments to the city. Neither facility could actually do that on its own. The initial 15 courts planned for Metro that's reduced to 9 has actually put limitations around its ability to attract national community-based tournaments. As an organisation, we're strong believers in collaboration and recognise the role in helping bring communities together for the common good. The work done here by netball and football, I believe, shows a great amount of forward thinking and putting the participant first. Collaboration is not about working for just a few. It should be focused on the whole community. And as you can see in our submission, there are many sports we can see as being potential users for this fantastic facility. It obviously includes the current sports in Poumua. It should be noted that we approached each of those 4 sports for more discussions, and none of them chose to take up the opportunity. We should also note that the facility can be used for non-sport events as well. The design allows for the facility to host different groups. You could see sport on one side of the venue, and then a community event or group on the other side with its 6 and 4 design. Should this lease be approved and we become tenants in Poumua, we would do so knowing our need to be part of a collaboration with the other tenants and recognise and adhere to the SMAP agreement referred to by the Trust. We've actually taken time to understand the SMAP agreement by meeting with the City Council and representatives of Sport Canterbury. We also recognise the importance of the local community who border the Ngā facility and will work with council and other tenants to address the concerns raised. So finally, on behalf of football, thank you for the time.
Kia ora tātou, Chris Roller here, speaking on behalf of Christchurch Netball Centre. I do want to start by clarifying that Christchurch Netball is actually not Canterbury Netball, nor is it Netball Mainland. Netball Mainland is the organisation that is responsible for the Tactics franchise team. Christchurch Netball is Netball New Zealand's accredited provider of all things community netball in Christchurch, and its duty is to provide the best experiences for netball players, coaches, umpires and supporters. The netball and football collaboration has been in place since 2013, and throughout this time the benefactor has remained on board, believing that a generation of young people in Christchurch have lost the opportunity to play sport at times and days that suit them in a fit-for-purpose, safe indoor environment. We all know active sport participation obviously assists wellness, mental health and general wellbeing of our young people. Sporting organisations' collaborations are being identified by Sport New Zealand as the way of the future, and this is a fine example of two groups leading the way and has certainly been applauded loud and long at NSO levels for quite some time. Here is a real opportunity. An indoor facility is paramount, particularly for netball. Deteriorating asphalt courts are hazardous in the winter and are often wet, slippery and icy. The courts are expensive to maintain, and our responsibility, even in the open space of Hagley Park, is ours. These courts are also used by skaters, rollerbladers, cyclists, hockey players, electric scooter riders, Segway learners and graffiti artists cause ongoing damage for us. Netball is subject to wet weather cancellations, and last season junior netball was cancelled no less than 4 times, walking netball at least 6 times, and Saturday netball, all or part competition rounds, that is approximately 800 scheduled games, were cancelled over 4 Saturdays due to bad weather. We believe clubs and players deserve a full season. 2 surveys undertaken with registered members last year, Netball New Zealand's Voice of the Participant survey and Christchurch Netball's Future of Netball. Some respondents' comments included: player numbers will drop if we remain outdoors, deteriorating courts at Hagley, the concrete is hard on knees and ankles, there's overcrowding and lack of space between courts for bags, spectators and umpires at Hagley, lack of parking at Hagley, traffic congestion, it's ridiculous. No flexible playing times during the week, Saturdays only is very restrictive. Following on from these surveys, we facilitated with club representatives a workshop where the themes from the Christchurch Netball survey were outlined and discussed at length. FAQs were then developed as a result of discussions with clubs and their members. Again, the majority, although some sad to leave Hagley, believe the time is right for the sport to move indoors or get left behind in netball land. A feasibility study undertaken in 2015 confirmed the shortage of indoor sports facilities and recommended investigations continue to find a suitable venue for an indoor facility in the city. This shortage of court space was also evidenced in the 2020 study. As Julian has said, Christchurch Netball also sees the proposed facility as complementary to the Metro Sports facility. The 9 courts planned at Metro would be insufficient for community netball needs due to the demands on space from other sports during what would be a traditional netball season. We see Metro Shows Court being able to host the ANZ Premiership games, national and international events, whereas Netsal Centre could host some secondary school and national age group tournaments. Here is an opportunity to have more sports events and visitors to the city more often. The move from Hagley could also, over time, allow the return to green space of some old and deteriorating earthquake-cracked asphalt courts, particularly those closer to the hospital end of the complex. The move from Hagley Park would alleviate major traffic congestion and issues on Hagley and Morehouse Avenues and release space for parking in the Lincoln Road, South Hagley Park area, where on a Saturday, approximately 4,000 people participate in netball. We do understand the apprehension of the Aidenfield residents regarding vehicle movements and car parking space, but we do also know that people bike and bus to sport, and we also know that ride sharing is alive and well with netball players due to current parking issues. Junior players in particular often arrive in groups in one car with one adult. We consider car movement numbers have been overinflated by some of the submitters. As happens in other models in indoor centres in New Zealand, Christchurch Netball would likely schedule games for young netballers after school, progressing to secondary school teams with adults playing after work in the evenings. We felt that younger teams could also become curtain raiser matches for premier, senior and men's games, and the younger players would love the opportunity to be courtside for those matches. Weekend competition options would also be available for teams on Saturday, and Sunday is likely to be reserved for representative and other fun and carnival events and tournaments. As a partner in Netsal, Christchurch Netball sees this opportunity as a win-win situation for the community and sports codes, with increased opportunities for younger and older people to be involved in recreation and sport at what could be a nationally recognised sporting hub at Ngā Puna. Here is a great opportunity. We do realise that remaining in your comfort zone and the fear of change are greatest enemies of success, and it is expected that there is an element in our society that struggle to see change as a positive. But again, here is an opportunity to make that change for netball and futsal and other sports and the wider community and people of Christchurch. Thank you. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much. Now, are you all good for questions now, or have anything further to say? Okay. I've just got a few to start off, if I may. It was mentioned about the timing. How many sites were looked at prior to coming to this site? Just out of interest.
In terms of freehold sites, 4 or 5 seriously, a large number beyond that. In terms of leasehold sites, straight to the Canterbury Agricultural Park Association, parcel of land that was owned by council.
Thank you. The operating hours, people have mentioned, and thank you very much for just specifying how you look at staging the age ranges from early for younger through to the older ones and adults. I'm just wondering, with working in with other organisations that are using Ngā Puna and adjacent to like the AMP show, you've kind of explained that you are willing to work and want to work with the other codes with regards to if there was a national event, whether it's yours or one of the other partners, that you would be very keen to work in with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, listen, I think we recognise that from sitting down with Council and Sport Canterbury, working through the SMAP agreement and starting to understand the collaboration that happens there and how the sports work together, not to try and double book events. And actually, I guess that's about having a plan, isn't it? Sitting down and working that through. So very, very keen to do that, and very understanding of, what the facility already does and how we may fit into that.
And I guess specifically with the AMP show and show weekend, would you be willing to work in with the AMP show to mitigate their concerns?
We understand that on the Friday of show day, that the whole Ngā Puna site is made available to Kappa, and we would totally respect that.
Thank you. One final one. There are concerns with regards to disabled accessibility in Ngā Puna. Have you got that in forefront of your mind with access to the parking area and also within the building?
Absolutely, as part of the design, yes.
Thank you very much. Anne or Melanie?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. One is about the parking. How much parking do you anticipate you may require from the car parks that are already at Ngā Puna, sort of at the busiest for the Netsal Centre?
I mean, there will be overflow from the 113 park that form part of the proposed Netsal lease. The degree of overflow very much depends on, things like car sharing, programming of the use of the facility, but there will be a degree of overflow, absolutely.
Okay, and I was wondering, there's the new Metro sports facility that'll be in town. Is netball or intending on using any of those courts for games as well? Because the 10 courts at the proposed Netsal Centre won't, they're not the same number as the 34 courts in Hagley Park. So I was wondering if if you're intending on using Metro Sports at all.
We certainly would if the courts were available at the times that we need it. We're also very well aware of how difficult it is to secure suitable indoor court space, particularly in the traditional netball season. Currently, we operate out of Bishopdale YMCA on a Tuesday night and St Margaret's College on a Tuesday night for our premier matches. Ideally, we would like to have them all together, and are highly likely that if we could get the space, it was available at Metro, we would love to be able to take it into the Metro Centre.
Right, and one last question. If you've talked about other sports codes using the proposed Netsal Centre, what arrangements would they be making with you to be able to do that, like in terms of booking and I guess sort of a fee maybe?
Yeah, the intention is that Netsal will operate the facility for netball and football as the primary users, but there clearly will be other significant time available for other users, and they will purchase that as in the same manner that netball and football will. The pricing of that is being part of the business case being put together, and in terms of determining the viability of the Netsal project. Some of those costings haven't, in terms of what will ultimately be the charge out to individual sports, hasn't been determined because the financial model has been premised primarily on, or viability primarily on, the use of netball and football.
Okay, thank you.
So financially, it stands on their use alone. There is substantial other space and time available, but how that will be charged is a matter that is to be worked through by the shareholders in due course.
Thank you. I've just got one final one. A number of comments have been made with regards to the placement or the where this is going to be with regards to central location. I know football generally is played all over the city. With regards to netball, Christine, you were saying that you're based in Bishopdale, but obviously the netball courts are in Hagley Park. But for some in the city, that's obviously not central. What are your thoughts with regards to the ability of all participants to get to this site compared to, say, netball or, in football's case, other places? Or Netsal, I suppose.
Well, two parts to that question, I think. The reason why we are running part of our competition indoors is at Bishopdale and St Margaret's College is because people playing at that level of netball are competitively being selected, obviously, for other representative levels of play, and as a result, they are required to play indoors. So we've had to take a whole grade away from the park on a Saturday and relocate them indoors. We've had no issues around people going to Bishopdale. They realise that that's the only option they have had to go. We've used Pioneer Stadium in the past. If that's where they have to go, that's where they have to go, and they're quite accepting of that. I do understand that for people that have been traditionally playing netball at Hagley Park, it is a bit of it's difficult for them to get their heads around the fact that it's not all going to be in one place on the same day, that it would likely be across 6 days of the week. Totally accept that. But given that's what's happening in all the other indoor centres and netball centres in New Zealand, I guess it's just a matter of having to make that change.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on that from either the other two, Stephen or Julian?
I think I'd just back Chris up to say that the way sport is played now is going to change moving forward. People's time is not what it used to be. The ability to take in your physical activity at different times of the week will become paramount. So, I think we need to change. We need to adapt and meet the requirements of the participant. And I think one thing in this whole process is there's a lot of administrators are putting input into this, but actually it's all about the players and the community and how they will get to engage in this facility. And I think that shouldn't be lost on any of us.
Thank you very much.
Could I just make one final comment in regards to something that the trust talked about? And Netsal is fortunate to be in the position where it will have $15 million of capital to contribute to this venture, and therefore it's a fantastic opportunity for netball and football to own the asset, to secure the financial futures of those two sports into the long term. The business case clearly shows that it can sustain the operation of the entity and can maintain the asset into the long term, and that's an outstanding position for netball and football to be in, or to have the opportunity to be in. And we understand that would be different to the current structure of Poumua, but we don't see that as a reason to stop it from proceeding.
Thank you very much to you all. Any further questions from the panel? Look, thank you very much for your time. Very appreciate your presentation, and thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so we're all aware, the Kevin Simcock was scheduled for 1 o'clock. He can be earlier, so we'll go from. We'll listen to Terry now, Terry Ma now, and then we'll 12:45. We'll go to Kevin Simcock, just so you're all aware. So good morning, Terry.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, sorry about that. Terry, just to let you know, and what I'll do, you've got 5 minutes, so we'll get at the 4-minute mark. I'll let you know you've got 1 minute left if you want questions from the panel. Is that okay?
Yes, okay.
Excellent. So, Terry, we are in your hands.
Right. I'm a resident here in Edenfield, and my place is just across the creek from that those community fields. My thing is just that I feel that the location of, firstly, after hearing the presentations from Netsal, from netball, from football, I do concede and I do agree with them that the building, the facility will be great for the sport. I do not dispute that at all. It's just the location of the building. I feel that there's still a lot of space on the other side of the athletics track and the hockey fields to locate this building. The other day at the public meeting where I attended to, the developer for this Netsal building did say that it is more costly to put the building on the other side simply because the facility, the utilities are closer to Augustine Drive. But then the thing is that for all intents and purposes, this is a commercial development. Surely they must have taken this into consideration. It's part of their planning, part of a contingency plan, that in case they do not get consent to put the building here, there is a cost for the utility to be diverted to the other side or somewhere. Right? So it has all got to be part of their planning. And then, it's a 10,000 square meter facility for Netsal, for the building itself. But the representative from Christchurch City Council at that public meeting also said that in addition to that, the council is planning to build another 120 car parks to help facilitate this building, this facility here. And what it means is that the space needed is much more than the 10,000 square meters. Yeah. So what happens? As far as I understand it, before the athletics, or before the sports hub was built, when the plan was up, the plan showed that where the Netsal building is, those are supposed to be community fields. Now, at this moment, every day you see families taking a walk, grandparents taking the little grandchildren there, letting them run on the fields, just having fun. And I even see, and even when my granddaughters come to visit, I take them there. One is 3-year-old and one is just turning 1, and they just have a run on the field, have a play. And that those fields, the size of the fields is just nice to let a few families have a bit of space to themselves. But if you're going to take up, I don't know, 15,000 square meters, maybe, there's not much space left for families to enjoy the community field. So this is community area, I feel. You know, the community just loses on it, residents, and then yeah, this is the main thing that I see. And also, you know, from Augustine Drive, when you drive over the deep bridge into Puna, okay, now when you go in, you see the green park, the green open fields on the left, and then you look ahead of you, you see the athletics arena, you see the hockey fields. It looks impressive. But with that big building there, looking at the artist's impression of the building.
1 minute, Terry.
Okay, as soon as you go in, you will see a huge building that looks like an industrial building of some kind. It makes Punawai look like an industrial park. You don't see the greenery. You know, it's almost like Hilton Hollage has built a new distribution center smack in the middle of a residential area. And just on netball, you say that there are 4,000 people come to play. Traffic management is going to be crazy in a residential area. If it's on the other side, it's closer to the Wigram Industrial Park. It's more industrial. Access off Wigram Road in the weekends, it is industrial area. There are not many people. Factories are not really not working. So, you know, there'll be a lot less traffic. I think my time is up, isn't it? Sorry, there's no sound.
No, that was my mistake. Sorry about that. I'm not perfect.
Yes. That's okay.
Thank you very much
that
for
happens.
your submission and your presentation. And are there any questions from my fellow panel members? Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and there are no questions at this stage, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll just adjourn for 5 minutes while we wait for Kevin Simcock. Is that okay? Excellent. Kia ora, Kevin, and good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking the time to submit. Can you hear me first up?
Yes, I can hear you quite clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Now, Kevin, you've got 5 minutes. So what I will do is at 4 minutes, I'll just give you a heads up. You've got 1 minute left if you want to wind up and have any questions from the panel. But as you're last up, we can allow a bit more time, but we'll see how we go. Is that okay?
That's fine. I'm not proposing to talk for 5 minutes, but I'm proposing to make a few key points, I hope.
Okay, Kevin, we are in your hands.
Oh, thank you. Well, the first thing is thank you very much for tolerating the fact that I am a little bit difficult to fit into your schedule. It is appreciated. And it's been a difficult morning, but one that now is finally over. Thank you. Now, the reason why I even bothered to submit is because I felt I originally purchased 2 sections in the Aidenfield subdivision. One now my son lives on, and you've heard from him this morning. And the other one was the section next door. And we bought those because we were quite excited by the whole Puna development. Sport has been a passion of our family. And to see the development, but also to see the whole community aspect of the development, to me was a really good thing and a great long-term place to have a home. And actually our plan was that both our sons would live there, but the second one chose not to. So we sold that section, and to a degree I feel like we sold it under false pretenses if this development goes ahead, because this development, in my view, is not at all in the context of what Ngā was about. To me, Ngā was a mix of community space, which was the buffer to the sporting facilities, and the sporting facilities were a range of sports. I think the sporting facility side of it has developed really well. When you look at the class of buildings that are there, there's architectural input to them, and they are levels above the proposed Netsal type building. That building is going to be an ugly blot compared to what is there now. The community space that is there is used. Through the lockdown, I have been push biking. I'm currently recovering from 2 knee replacements. And I have been push biking through that area to go and sit out on the ground in front of my son's house, and he sits on the other side of the fence, and we've chatted. I have seen people flying kites in there. I have seen people throwing frisbees in there, taking their dogs in there and throwing balls. That area, that community fields area, which is where Netsal's proposed to be placed, has been used by the community. And it's at times like this that you find the value of community space. It gave people an escape, an environment they could go to. That would be lost with the Netsal development. The look of that building I've alluded to. It's an ugly industrial shed. It is not at all in keeping, as I said, with what you already have there, and it's not at all in keeping with the quality of the housing and the environment that's around there. That needs to be considered quite carefully. The traffic is a key issue for me. I happened to be visiting my son on the nights of the athletics meet that they held there in March, and we were unable to park on the street because the streets were all coned off. That community fields area, we drove in there and took some photos actually, which we've used in our submission, but that community fields area was covered in cars. It was where the cars did park for the athletics meet. That won't be available if we have a Netsal facility on there. Where will the parking be? There was a major issue with people getting in and out because of the narrowness of the streets and trying to get those cars in and out of that space, but at least it worked. It can't work if you've got Netsal as well. The traffic volumes, the traffic access, to me, has not been thought through. Talking 800 to 1,000 people in this facility, that is a lot of cars. They don't come in bulk for that sort of thing. They will be coming in 1 or 2 people to a car. That's a tremendous number of cars to handle in that area that frankly it is just not set up to do. At present, the facility works with the sports that you have there because you have the community fields area available for that car parking. I'm concerned about the speed at which this hearing process is being handled.
1 minute.
Okay, I'm a very busy engineer. I've had trouble with being able to fit in the time necessary to put into this properly. and we've had the lockdown. I think that the process needs more time, more thought. My last point is your panel is considering the lease. So that's not an RMA test. In my view, that's a test of the intent of the development of the land. And it's like the difference between having land detailed for a shop and it becomes a factory. They are vastly different uses for the same area. So the lease has to be looked at, and in my view, the lease is the promise you've made through the Ngā development proposal document. And that document gave the people in that area a promise. You have a responsibility, in my view, to deliver on that promise. The massive, ugly box with a few trees to soften it in no way delivers on that promise. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Any questions from my fellow panel members? Thank you, Kevin. Look, you've very ably outlined the concerns from most of the speakers today, presenters, and we will be taking that up further with staff following a break. But thank you very much for your time and taking the time to put a submission together.
Okay, well, I hope my message is clear, and look, I wish you well in your deliberations.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thanks.
Okay then.
Kevin.
Cheers.
Kia ora.
Okay, bye, Ed. Bye.
Oh, apologies, I turned my mic off. We were scheduled to take a break earlier on, but it was good, I think, to get through all of the submissions and keep that flow, which is, I think, very important. We'll be taking a break now, so I will adjourn the meeting until 1:30. So thank you all very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the hearing with regards to granting or not granting the lease for the Netsal in Punawai. Welcome back, staff, and thank you very much again for your time, and those that are still listening in. Do my colleagues have any questions for staff for clarification? Yes. Yep, thank you.
I was going to say, my first question is, because parking's a big issue with some of the submitters, would the community fields behind the proposed building be encouraged for people to be parking in rather than maybe parking out in front of residents' properties?
That's the practice right now. So when large crowds have turned up for events, typically for events, parking has been accommodated on site in that open space. Obviously there's going to be some more formalised car parking developed, which was typically a lot more efficient in terms of how you use space. But the residual area, which is approximately 2 hectares, could be used for car parking, yes.
And could it be, and when I say being encouraged, like because the build, I know people are parking there, but it will be a different group of people, and the building will be like visually in the way when you're entering, so they may, at least initially, not even realise those fields like are there, maybe. So I'm talking about maybe signage or something to encourage it.
Sure, and I think you're really touching on the traffic management plan, and that's what I was alluding to before, that there really isn't a traffic management plan in place that looks at everyday operations, Monday through to Sunday, in what we might call a normal circumstance, through to events on Punawai, and then of course the major event on the Canterbury Agricultural Park that also utilises Punawai. The plan that I'm referring to will address all of those activities, and the specifics you're talking about will definitely be part of that. When I get a response from our transport colleagues, I will talk to them about what measures could be put in place to prevent parking on the adjacent streets. There's certainly some areas that could be yellow lined, but you've got to be mindful, of course, as I'm sure you're aware, that if you put yellow lines outside people's houses, that creates another problem. So, but we'll ensure that the traffic management plan doesn't just look at what happens inside the site. It can obviously explore the feeding into the site and the surrounding environment.
Cool. I've probably got other stuff I'd need to figure out.
Yeah.
Just continuing with the parking question, the land on the other side of Punawai near Wigram Road, has there been any thought or discussion about parking on that side of Punawai?
That site has been leased to the Canterbury Agricultural and Pastoral Association, so they effectively control that land. So if you're referring to utilisation of that land during the show, that's a matter for Kappa. We can't, by right, use that land without their permission in any other circumstance.
Could we bring the photo up which Jeff Bones supplied to us, just so we're all on the same page? Because so could we have the other photo, just the next one, please? So you're talking about the land where you just see the corner of just in the corner, which is it? No. Yeah, no, it's better with this one.
It's not showing on these aerial photographs, but...
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
It's right in the bottom left corner. That's a portion of it. It's approximately 10 hectares or so worth of land. So, it's approximately twice the size of the area of land that's talked about where the community fields are.
That the land I was thinking about is the land at the moment that's actually covered with car parks, obviously during a AMP show.
So that's the polo grounds.
Yes.
So they're sports fields in any other sense of the word,
Right.
and they're used for polo.
So, yeah, so there's no opportunity at all for that to become parking? No. For the Netsal?
In its current form, no, but we could look into it's a sports field, and sports fields are allocated annually. We can look into the seasonality of polo and whether or not there's opportunities to use that in the short term. Canterbury Agricultural Pastoral Association may have grazing rights over that land. So that's another thing we'd have to consider.
I'll add some commentary too. It's David Bailey here. That bottom left-hand part of the park was actually prepared by council when working with AMP over the water retention project to make it more suitable for parking. So there's already been investment and partnership by council to make that possible for them to use from an entry and an exit point of view.
So, David, are you just talking about the strip of land on the park side of the road or this side? Both?
On the bottom left of that picture as you see it.
Yes. Okay, yep. Just with regards specifically to the MP show, at the top of this photo you've got the 2 rugby league fields and a bit of green space to the right, which aren't utilised. In the parking integrated traffic management parking plan, is that looked at as...
They haven't been used to date, but we are going to include all available land for consideration for the traffic management plan.
So if they were integrated, and also in the next photo, sorry, can you go back, Sam? Yeah, so to the green space to the left of the athletics track,
yep,
can that be utilised as well? If
that will be considered as well. That's the second athletics facility. So the Canterbury Agricultural Pastoral Association, they have a licence to occupy the entire site for the Friday of the show.
Yep.
So the demand is not usually there on the Wednesday and Thursday for the full volume of car parking.
Yep.
The Friday is the key. So we'll explore all possibilities.
Right. And as you said earlier at the opening presentation, is that the integrated traffic and parking plan is in association with AMP shows. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. So Jeff Bone from representing Kappa mentioned that we'd had an initial meeting with Council and Novo Group, the transport planners. When we understand the decision that may or may not be made here, we'll kick that work off.
Yep.
To also advise the capital investment requirements that I referred to.
And that integrated traffic management and parking plan is also going to cover the Monday to Friday type 9 to 5, which we haven't done so far, which is that
that's
great.
That's correct.
So it's encompassing the whole lot. Thank you very much.
Yep, understand completely if you can't answer this, but there's reference given to 5 to 6 other sites that were looked at before coming to this point. And are you able to give us some understanding about why those sites didn't work? Totally understand if that's a PX type.
My recollection was that Mr. Barry referred to 5 non-council sites that they looked at seriously. So no, they were private matters that Netsal looked at with the private landowners.
Right, so they weren't sites on the AMP grounds at all?
No, not to my knowledge.
Mark Beatson talked about, I just wanted to understand, he talked about ongoing operational responsibilities for the partners that are there at the moment. Can you just explain what that is?
So look, I can talk about the everyday operation of the park. So it operates as a park. We have staff on site, 3 or 4 staff on site, and they look after the day-to-day maintenance requirements. David will be able to probably explain a little bit more about what the Trust were talking about in terms of their comment on operational matters.
So the way the place operates is that it is an asset that the council owns on behalf of the community, and so all the assets, the $54 million that has been spent on the site to create the park and the built above ground assets have come through investment from the council, the ratepayers, in excess of $40 million, and then philanthropic over $6 million, and the sports partners over $6 million. And the way that the agreements were set up was so that ongoing operations would be managed by council initially and on behalf of the community, and that the sports would contribute some money towards the basic operating cost of the space. In Christchurch, all green space is provided free of charge. Internal spaces tend to have a tractor charge, and so that there was the athletics track and the hockey and the changing facilities in this situation. All the sports partners contribute, and anyone else that uses the space contribute cost to that we manage on behalf of the sports. The funding and allocation agreements they talked about basically referred to providing them first rights of booking space and using those space, and then once that's determined, then other providers and other sports and recreation groups are free to use the space as well.
Yep. I've got others. I think going round is quite good.
Okay. Yeah, and look, welcome, Robert. I just want to clarify, we're only looking at the lease, and part of the lease, we've gone in the consultation process. So the placement of the venue, the actual building, we cannot talk about with regards to it can't shift because it's been placed there for the consultation, correct?
The Reserves Act provisions around notifying these proposals are such that the proposed lease that is notified and thrown out to public consultation is specified particularly. So if there was a proposal to shift the leased premises or the building to some other location, that would fall foul of that requirement and would require, in my view, starting the process again. So if you were proposing to recommend that the lease be in a different location, then we would need to notify that again and go through seeking public consultation on that alternative.
Thank you very much, Robert. So with that in mind, one of the concerns from a number of the submitters was the visual amenity being lost by the local residents. So on page 16 of the agenda, here we go, thank you very much, Sam. Can we ask staff to take that in mind and look at how we can, or how you can soften the visual amenity between this building and the residents?
We can certainly look at the landscape elements and consider what is possible. There's also the adjacent Esplanade Reserve that we can consider increasing or accelerating the revegetation program. So we can certainly explore opportunities.
Because I'm presuming that having a buffer zone of greenery would also reduce any concern, or partly reduce any noise as well. Would that be safe?
I'm not a noise expert, but my understanding is vegetation is not a great noise buffer.
Okay.
I wouldn't assume that that's going to be the result.
Okay.
Visually, yes. But,
okay. Thank you.
Okay, just keeping on with just thinking about other sites for the facility. In terms, could we go back to that picture where we looked at the car parking again, please? Yeah. So no, the one with the road on. Actually, the other one. It's one there. Yeah. So where the car. So were any of those sites that we're looking at now with the car parks on them? Were any of those investigated as an opportunity for the facility to go on, understanding that that's AMP Association land?
So you would have heard Mr. Bone referring to the 7 months of negotiations that they had with Netsal to put the facility on the Canterbury Agricultural Park, adjacent to the show arena. There was, when Netsal came to council in suggesting that they were had hit a roadblock with Canterbury Agricultural Pastoral Association, some very quick analysis was done on spatially where the facility might sit. The only parcel that wasn't going to inhibit an existing use was the community space that is zoned for community recreation, where the facility is now, where they're requesting the lease from.
Is there any was there any investigation of changing that land status really to in terms of negotiating with the AMP Association as a possibility at all?
I'm not quite sure the specifics of your question, sorry.
Yeah. So my understanding of what you just said, Andrew, was that the use of the AMP have the use of this land because it's them and they're allowed to use it in the way that they'd like to. Has there been any negotiation with them from a council point of view to somehow transfer ownership to land to be used for the facility?
So just to be clear, council owns the entire site with the exception of the built sheds that are used by AMP for sales, the sale yard, so it's a fully owned public site. Canterbury Agricultural Pastoral Association, they have lease rights over the land for the purposes of the show for 1 month, and that's the agricultural park component, which is essentially, as you see on the screen now, to the left of the pond. That's the Canterbury Agricultural Park, give or take. Now, Puna covers the rest of the site. They have the ability, they have rights to graze, and they have rights to exclusive use for 1 day, the Friday of the show. So your question was, have we tried to negotiate with Kappa to change any of the current rights? The answer is no. We didn't foresee a need to, because if the building is to go ahead, it will not impede the show's rights as they stand to have full access for the entire day of the Friday. In terms of the other leasees or other users, no, we didn't try to negotiate with Polo, for example, whether or not they wish to relinquish their use of the polo ground. I guess the matter on the table is that the land, whilst it was shown as the master plan as community sports fields, the land was zoned and planned for this type of use. It's a recreation reserve, and the Reserves Act allows this type of use in a recreation reserve.
The obvious question, or the next question, is there an opportunity, should we do that, to get some further information in terms of this decision making about the lease? I'm not sure what others think.
So if we were to, so I think Robert's pointed out that to move the facility,
yes, would be a whole new
consultation. It
yep.
will also, I suspect, require the applicant to relinquish their resource consent and go through another resource consenting process, right. Possibly. I think, as I was pointing out, the way the district plan sits at the moment, this yep. is where it should go.
Yes.
In terms of planning, and the Reserves Act, it's also compliant with the Reserves Act.
Right. I think that it's really good to understand those things in terms of, asking questions from residents' point of view, in terms of those are the sorts of things that they've been asking and wanting to understand. So it's good to actually have the opportunity to ask those questions and for people to actually hear the information. So thank you for that.
Melanie?
With the, you've kind of answered this already, but I just wanted to make sure that with those community fields as they are at the moment, both where the site's proposed and the adjacent fields, is that where it is, well, what was the rationale for putting it in that particular location as opposed to, say, further west?
Within the same parcel of land, is
Yeah.
your question, yes. The simple rationale, I think one of the submitters touched on it. The services required, sewage, power, water, etc., all come in through Augustine. So it's a proximity thing. So that was the preferred site for Netsal from their perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it could have gone anywhere within that space. It would have had cost implications, no doubt, the further away from the services. But that is the parcel of land, effectively. Whilst it's shown on the master plan as community fields, it's not a community field in a sports sense at the moment. It's effectively a fairly rough paddock that was a future use, yeah. So to minimise cost, I suspect, is why that site was chosen.
So was it, Netsal wouldn't have just chosen that site on their own because they would have done that in conjunction with council. So, there must have been from a resident's point of view, possibly, and I don't know because I didn't ask, but it would, if they want to have it further away from where the residents are, then it would seem further west along that area would be a better location. So, do you have a comment on whether that would be the case or not?
Yep, so as council staff were involved when the site was first investigated and essentially pointing out to Netsal that that particular parcel of Ngā Puna, the rules, etc., were pointed out. And yes, I think it's been made quite clear now that technically it can go somewhere else, but the consultation, we would have to start this process, abandon this process, and start another process. And go through this process again, re-notifying where that building would sit. But it can, that may require modification to some elements of the resource consent. But that's for the resource consent team to consider. So effectively, this is a yes or no for the application as received. Yep.
Okay.
One of the applicants mentioned about in the plan, McMahon and Haytons Road were also mentioned as entrances into Ngā Puna, and they're not used currently. Will they be part of the future planning to take pressure off Augustine?
So, as I've mentioned with the upcoming traffic management planning process, everything will be looked at. There is mention of McMahon Drive in particular in the current management plan, and it talks about limited vehicle access through that future residential development. So it's now developed, but that was at the time that the plan was written. Is primarily for, but not limited to, emergency vehicle, pedestrian and cycle access during the year. Possible entry and exit for livestock vehicles only during major equestrian events in the park during the year, and a general vehicle exit during the AMP show. So that traffic management planning exercise will need to consider the management plan in its full, and point out the constraints and risks associated to that entrance, Wigram Road, and I always forget the name of the main road into AMP, but Curlitz, thank you. But there seems to be a consensus from the local residents that Wigram Road is the most appropriate, but they will all get looked at.
Anything further? No?
This hasn't been talked about much, but just about the lighting. So lighting is going in on the outside of the building for the car park, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The car parks would require lighting.
So will that will obviously be on, well, not obviously, but will it be on the northern side of the building where the car parking is? Can we put the
more on the
up?
western side, if you like, in the. Do we have the one of the lease footprint image? Probably points it out the best. So the car parking, it's not very obvious in that that image, but it's primarily at the front of the building.
Yeah.
I believe I have seen in somewhere in the report, some of the other images have some car parking down the left-hand side of the building and a little bit on the right-hand side. But it's mostly on the interior. So the building is between the car park and the residence. Above the label, proposed netball lease. So the lighting in the car park would be directional LED lighting.
And would it be like movement sensitive, as in it will be off when there's no cars moving around, or would it be?
Well, that's a very technical question and a design question, I guess, but there's no reason why they couldn't be potentially motion activated.
Yeah.
And I think I read somewhere in the in one of the reports that the applicant is very aware of light pollution risk and aiming, if it goes ahead, to have downward facing lights, etc. Lighting is obviously quite a key consideration for residents because of I suspect because of the existing flood lighting associated to primarily hockey and rugby league perhaps. So there's the building, as has been pointed out, is a relatively straightforward building, mostly clad, very few windows, and the windows that are there are again facing the west or the top of the building, so you won't get light spill from the building as such.
I'm just following on from that, and again it's a technical question for a design, but we've got a number of venues that have lights on an automatic timer, which the residents have asked for, so that's not uncommon, is it?
No, that's the norm for community field flood lighting. Yep. Absolutely. And we can program those lights so that they just switch themselves off. Yep. So that's, and also with the technology we've got now, the LED lights, which are very directional, you can kind of mitigate again overflow, because the floodlights for a playing field are very different to, say, managing the overspill from a car park. Would that be true? Yeah, that would be true. I mean, the floodlights are a lot taller as well.
Thank you.
Lots of questions. The construction of the facility, if it were to go ahead, when Puna was being developed, as David will know, there was, a lot of work was done with residents to minimise dust and all the rest of it. How possible is it for the construction vehicles to come from Wigram Road? There isn't a lot of space along the side of the track there to get into that ground. Would there be an opportunity for a temporary type road to be put for trucks to go through?
If you go back to Jeff Bones' image, you can see, the previous, you can see from there's an underpass under the motorway, and there is a gravel road that runs right past the polo ground down to this side of the athletics track. Then you can turn right, and that road is formed all the way through to the car park that has been built. So the roading infrastructure is already in place from multiple entrances. Yeah. So should it proceed, the company who's building the facility will need to present their traffic management plan that will have to be signed off and agreed. There is a restriction on the height of vehicles that can go under that underpass, and I think that's possibly why McMahon was used during construction for some of the larger vehicles. This is a relatively lightweight building, so I think once the earthworks are done, if it is proceeding, there won't be a lot of large movements. Obviously steel beams and the like, but yeah.
I'd just echo Andrew's comment there that the scale and the nature of this building, if it progresses, is significantly smaller than what occurred for the construction of Ngā Puna moved something like 2 million cubic metres of gravel from creating those holes onto the site. This approach is simply scraping a site, putting a car park down and building a building, so the level of movement is significantly less.
I guess following on from what Anne was asking, in the sense that, you know, we're very limited to what we can recommend to staff with regards to this process, but we can actually ask for certain things to be taken into consideration. That would be a fair sum up of what we are able to do. So
yes, I think it's reasonable if a lease is granted to, I'm sort of looking at Russell, who's more our lease expert, and to ensure that in the agreement for the development that certain conditions are taken into account. Does that sound reasonable, Russell? Is that something we've done in a new build situation?
So you are referring to the construction of the building?
Well, there may be a number of things that we ask to be taken into consideration moving forward, whether if we grant or not, and if we don't grant, then obviously they're out the window. But if we do grant, there have been a number of concerns from the submitters and those who did not want to be heard. So we've read them all, and so, you know, we would, if my colleagues agree, and we do go forward with this, that if we just make some comment with regards to put into consideration when you say looking at the traffic management integration plan, that type of thing, that it may be other things as well that my colleagues come up with. So it's obviously they're not binding because we do not have that ability, but it's certainly to give a heads up, taking into consideration the concerns of those submitters, and so you've got a heads up, if you like, of our concerns, and we'd like to take for that to be considered when discussions abound.
Yes, I think that so that they have a land use resource consent has been issued, and that covers the construction of the actual site, which did raise conditions on which did look at the traffic, as you know, and looked at lights and those type of things. So they already have that. They didn't mention, so the construction of the building would have to abide by the district plan rules with regards to noise and that sort of construction details as well. The lease of the building is, sorry, the lease of the site, the ground lease, is really looking at the long-term ongoing conditions that you want the leasee to abide by, and they tend to be, so therefore any advice notes that you may want to put, you wouldn't normally put them into the lease document, but certainly the hearings panel could make a recommendation to council that the future leasee needs to consider certain points. So maybe through the council report system rather than actually on the lease document, considering that will be continued on once the building actually is built. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Technically, we could look at this in a two phase. One is whether we grant the lease or not. But if we do grant the lease, then we can. Is it then possible to talk with staff, as we have with regards to looking at, say, the planting and mitigating the visual, but through the construction period, you know, we've had writing for the disabled not wanting construction vehicles through the AMP site, that type of thing. Can we give a heads up with regards to the construction phase that we would prefer the construction vehicles coming from Wigram Road when able to, because obviously there will be vehicles that would be unable to come through that as in size.
Sure thoughts, Robert?
It would be unusual for matters that are normally considered through resource consent and building consent conditions to appear in a lease document.
Yes.
Albeit that the lease would need to be in place for them to build the building, and there'll be a period of time where there is no building. But I think the message that's being heard is that the panel would like to have careful consideration of the impacts of any construction on the neighbouring surrounding residential and existing occupants of Ngā Pūnawai and the Canterbury Agricultural Park. So there are options there. As I've pointed out, there are some restrictions on the obvious one there is Wigram Road. There are some restrictions, but we can certainly take the points that you're raising into consideration and discuss those with Netsal, should it proceed, on how they approach their quality plan for their contract with their contractor. That's probably the best location for these
Thank you very much.
Points.
Yep,
We could also, they will have to apply for a building consent. So we could talk to the building consent people as well about any concerns that you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Regarding the, Ngā Pūnawai is the collaborative partnership between the council and the different sports entities that are there. So could we, I'm not quite clear, but is it intended that Netsal will become part of that collaborative partnership?
So I'll hand over to David, but essentially, I'll just hand it over to David. He's closest to the...
I understand that Netsal, the proponents, are keen to enter into an agreement that has them working together sensibly and particularly around pragmatic matters of car parking and flows and opportunities for them to do creative things together. I understand their intent to do so, and that they've approached the current Ngā Pūnawai partners to just start those discussions, and I would hope that those discussions would continue, and that certainly would then fall in line with the approach that currently exists, where the sports work together and they work to a set of principles and they collaborate in what they endeavour to do so. Sometimes it's not as constructive as it could be, but the intent is there.
Robert may wish to comment. I don't think there's any sort of legal obligation for them to join into that partnership. There was mention by the trust of a contract, and that the contract needs to be honoured. My understanding is it's more of an agreement rather than a contract, but David, do you want to comment on the document itself?
When Ngā Pūnawai came to being, there was a whole layer of agreements that were talked about, how rather than the sports acting unilaterally and individually, that there was a lot of value in them actually working together, both from a construction point of view and from an operational, and what it would mean for the communities and the activation of the sport, and that people could end up playing a variety of sports rather than one sport. And so my understanding from listening to some of the submitters is their intent is they would like to try and preserve that approach. And it went through a layer where the first layer was a funding and allocation agreement, and which enshrined, hey, we'll invest this and we will ask for these rights. And then we went further into the statement of management access and principles and practices, which talked around how they would behave together. And then we actually had a behavioural and values-based document as well. And my listening to the submitters and listening to the proponents is the idea is to try and have them to be part of that approach.
So even if these agreements are not necessarily legally binding, have the groups literally had a signature put to a piece of paper?
Yeah.
So could we ask as part of the lease that we ask that Netsal signs as well?
I certainly heard from Netsal in their presentations that they're willing to do that. Just for clarity, I guess there is a distinct difference in the approach at the moment.
Yeah.
Netsal are self-funding,
yeah,
and so this is our normal approach that council would take: self-funding, grant a lease. The other parties we're financial contributors,
Yeah.
but my understanding is council owns all the assets, so they're council assets, so they don't have a lease.
Yeah.
So that is the key difference. What we're talking about is an overarching partnership between occupants on the site.
Yeah.
And I certainly heard that Netsal were clearly inclined to want to join in, so to speak. I don't think we can legally, or could we make it a condition of the lease? It would have to be conditional on both parties though, not just Netsal.
Yeah.
It would need to be a aspirational type of statement, because multiple parties would need to agree together to engage in a particular mode of behaviour. So any statement would need to be aspirational, and it could go in the lease.
So could we word that a lot? Sorry, to word that along the lines of something that, if we granted the lease, that it would be a hope that they would join. Is the agreement known as the SMAC? Is that what we?
It would need to be a variation of recognising that some parties would own an asset and other parties pay higher fees to use an asset. So it would be a variation of that, and so then it would be to enter into continue negotiations, discussions to come up with a code of behaviour and a code of practice, and some principles that enshrine how they will plan and operate together in the future, which is what currently exists.
And I mean that would be a detail, obviously, that we can't plan today. But I mean, as Robert, as you said, it can be aspirational from the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, I think you'd use words like you would ask them to engage constructively and positively with the other partners at Ngā Puna to produce certain outcomes.
I think we rely on you to do the wording, as it's
There are two bits that help us in particular here, and that the council is particularly keen on partnerships and has that as part of our strategic approach, and certainly was the underpinning approach that we took within Ngā Puna to reasonable effect. And then recently, with the government's announcement of the $265 million that they're investing into supporting the development of play, active recreation and sport over the next 4 years, they also have enshrined in there the importance and fundamental consideration that it won't be about individual sports, it will be about people collaborating together and organisations collaborating together to enable more people to be able to be actively participating. And so it follows that line of council interest, it follows that line of government interest, and I understand Netsal are very keen to sort of be part of that approach as well.
Thank you. Mel? I guess just going back to traffic movement and in the big picture, do we work in with any discussions with ECAN with regards to kind of buses coming to Ngā Puna, because it is a sporting hub, so when there are special events, do we as a council link in with Environment Canterbury, because they own, or not, they dictate the bus routes and how you can manage with the buses. So do we, to try and mitigate traffic overall?
We can certainly do our best. As you say, they call the shots in terms of routes. But I would like to think that if we put a comprehensive case together in a comprehensive traffic management plan, that they will look on that positively. It would certainly alleviate some of the concerns that some people have about the ability for kids to travel to and from. And certainly in discussions with Kappa, they have shown an interest in, ideally having buses on a regular route, that if that could be incorporated and heavily utilised during the show, obviously that would be a huge benefit as well.
Thank you very much.
Just talking more about traffic, Andrew, you were talking about a bid for the annual plan to get Wigram Road entranceway open and fit for purpose. Any idea, how would that fit into the timeline in terms of the development and the use of this? Any thoughts?
It can be incorporated very closely to the Netsal construction timeline. So my understanding is that if they are able to proceed. Their intent is to try to open the facility prior to Christmas 2021. The first year of our new long-term plan would be financial year 21-22. We could try and incorporate it, if it's a successful bid, into quite a close time frame to the facility opening and lessen the impacts. We'll certainly be doing our best to explore the existing long-term plan to see if there's any way that we can expedite this. I should mention too that the intent and the costings that have been done include linking the cycleway from Wigram Road through the site. I failed to mention that earlier, sorry.
Thank you. Well, thank you. We're just going to, if there are no further questions, I think we'll have a discussion amongst ourselves about how we want to move forward. Is that okay? So with regards to the mentioned taking, do we word with regards to our recommendations just an advisory note? Robert, you might be, or with regards to taking into account the planting to mitigate the visual amenity. Do we word that, or how best do we go forward? Sorry to throw that in.
Just assuming, making an assumption that you proposing to
yes,
approve
exactly,
the lease,
yeah.
you would pass that resolution, approves the granting of a lease, blah blah. You've got authorised the property consultancy manager to administer, negotiate and include the terms of the lease. Comma, you could add at the end of that something like including the following detail, A, B, C. And we could help you word those words as according to what you're thinking.
What I might do, if my colleagues are agreement, I might just call an adjournment for 15 minutes, just while I kind of get my head clear, and I'm sure my colleagues would like to as well, and we'll come back. Is that acceptable? Yeah. So we'll just. So what's the time now? So say if we come back in 25 to 3, is that? Oh, hold on. Yeah, 25. Yeah, 25 to 3 is good. Yeah, 25 to 3. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you all very much for your time and allowing us to have a bit of discussion. We have some more questions for staff, which we feel we need to have a bit of a think about individually, and we will put those to the Secretariat to send through to staff. What I will do is I will adjourn the hearing for now, and we will reconvene on Friday with live streaming for everyone to take to zoom in on. And what time is it on Friday, please? 1 p.m. and it's here, isn't it? Is it? Yes. Yes. Yep. So So as per previously, it's just it'll be live streamed, and presence will be just ourselves and staff. So thank you all very much for your time today. As I said, the questions that we'll put through the Secretariat, there'll be a memo which is obviously public because it is a public hearing. So thank you very much for your time. Cheers.
Thank you.